53 of the Planning Act. We're calling this meeting to order. And what exactly is it that the committee does? The committee considers applications for the following things: variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property. We can also give permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses. And we can also give consent to sever property to create new lots. But before we go further and discuss some of the procedure for this morning, we want to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. All right, we're going to continue. The remarks are lengthy, but bear with me, and they're important. So, Committee of Adjustments, the public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person or virtual format. So some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, which is an online digital platform. These meetings are also being streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and they have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will be automatically muted on entry. When your item is called, then you'll be unmuted one person at a time. Those who are participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you'll be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction on the video call. All right, getting decisions from committee that are decided today. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you don't agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, which we refer to as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act about 2 years ago and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Now only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Also, appeal instructions are also set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee for your easy reference. All right, a word about hearing procedure. I'm going to call matters that are in the same order as on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the applicant or agent may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. So that's important, and I'll comment when you're reaching that 5-minute threshold. All right. Any presentation or other materials that you wish to submit to committee, they must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. We can't accept materials at the hearing. So when you're addressing committee, would you please state your name and address? That helps us with our record. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. So the applicant or his or her agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to committee on the application. Please note, committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room here, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they've finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. That'll mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken in to committee and these panel members for a decision. All right, just administratively, just before we start looking at the agenda, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, who's appearing virtually this morning, are there any minutes from former meetings to be dealt with today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no minutes ready for adoption for today.
Thank you very much. Members, at this stage, I should ask too if there are any declarations of interest or any conflicts that you have with respect to any items on the agenda, either in the morning or the afternoon session. Are there any declarations? I'm seeing none. All right, thank you. Well, Madam Secretary Treasurer, also closed files. Are there any closed files to be dealt with today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there are no closed files for today's hearing.
All right.
And through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one request for deferral for this morning's items.
Yes.
It's item number 632 Chestnut Park, file number A0344/24TEY.
Yes, thank you very much. All right. That's number 6 in our agenda. So members and audience, then I'd like to call on the applicant or agent if they're here personally or if they're online.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent and no registered speakers.
I see. Thanks very much. All right. All right, would the applicant please identify himself or herself and tell us about the request for deferral of this item today.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean McGaffey. I'm a senior associate at WND Associates, 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970, Toronto, Ontario, M4P 2Y3. And this request for deferral comes as a result of a revised notice being provided by building staff last week that identifies 2 additional variances that were missed in the original notice. And as a result, this application needs to be deferred so proper notice can be recirculated to the public.
Yes, it seems very appropriate, and it's good to catch all variances that are needed. All right, members, there's a request for deferral. May I have a motion on that, please? Yes, Mr. Larry, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, for the reasons stated, improper identification of variances, this seems an appropriate request for deferral. I'll move deferral of this application.
Seconder, please. Yes. Mr. Wilkins seconds that. All in favor then of deferring this item? Yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving to the top of the agenda then, item 1, and the property address is 216 Woodmount Avenue. I'm just going to state for the record what we have in terms of materials relating to this as the applicant or agent sets up. Members, in connection with this application, the committee has before it the following communications. We've got a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 1 photograph of the property. We have an earlier decision from Committee of Adjustment in 2012. We have a building permit site plan, and we have a staff report from community planning. All right, yes, Good morning, sir. Yeah,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person, and we do have no registered speakers for this item.
I see. Okay, no worries. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, is your speaker on?
No one?
Here we go.
Yeah, great, yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kasper Hemmingsen. I am the owner of 216 Woodmount. The reason for the somewhat a little bit confusion with agent and owner is this is my wife and I purchased 216 Woodmount Avenue in East York in June of 2023. This is an application that was started in advance of that date by the now previous owner, which David Friesen, who was registered as the agent and originally registered as the applicant.
Thank you.
Previous owner and myself agreed that I would take over this application. So going back to 2013, this house was a rebuild and committee or application for adjustment was put forward at that point to add a second story and a rear yard deck. At that time, that was approved, that was built. The deck was in place for the better part of 10 years. Back in I believe it was 2022, the condition of the deck was in such disrepair that it had to be replaced. It was taken down, and I don't know the whatever happened, but when they tried to build it back up, same size, same everything, it was stopped, and the previous owners were asked to go to committee of adjustment. There's 3 items that is put forward to you, being the setback to the side where the house is, a portion of it is 14 centimeters from the property line to the north, and the west portion is 51 centimeters to the property line. The zoning require 90 centimeters, so obviously there is a variance to be requested there. That variance was discussed in the 2012 decision based on the 14 centimeters, based on the part of the house being closest to the property line. The third variance, and there is a staff report put forward to the committee
Yes.
from the assistant planners. I have had communications afterwards, too late to upload any updated site plans, but I have been in communication with 2 individuals, 2 assistant planners, and we have come up with a solution where they have agreed to put forward to the committee a 20% soft landscaping as opposed to the 25%, and my wife and I are happy to accept that and replace the installed patio stones with soft landscaping.
So that's a change in your third variance then?
That
eh?
would
You're
be
going-
a request to amend the third variance, yes.
Well, it's nice to see it going up, sort of in view of the weather that Toronto experienced yesterday. We're interested in keeping as much soft landscaping as we can. Okay.
I will, I'll stop there and leave it to you if you have any questions. I'll be happy
Okay.
to answer those.
That's great. So, on your proposal to increase soft landscape, that's the area periphery, like around the deck? We don't have the site plan before us, so we don't know exactly what you're proposing?
So the soft landscaping that would be proposed, it would be to the west towards the garage, approximately one.
Right.
So you have the north going, well,
going downwards on this drawing. So the west is towards the right.
Okay.
So there will be a full length 5.18 meters of times 1.15 meters deep, and then on the south side there will be towards the neighbor to the south there will be a similar 5 meter 80 times 90 centimeters.
So your variance before us currently says 4%, 2 square meters. So you're going to 20%, and do you have the square meterage for that?
Yes, that would be 8.92 square meters.
Okay, that's great. Underneath the deck, I mean, I appreciate that it's been there before, fell into disrepair. You're basically replacing what was already there, right?
Correct.
Underneath that deck, it's wood deck, lets the water go through, does it?
There is no deck currently. It's removed, but there is
you can make
patio
a-
stones underneath as we speak. There were patio stones installed on the rear yard a few years ago in advance of us purchasing the home.
Okay, you're planning to leave those patio stones underneath the deck, or are you
The
planning to pull those?
I was planning to install the soft landscaping on the perimeters and leave patio stones underneath.
Okay. Is underneath, is it used for anything, or is it just
No.
vacant? Could you pull some of those stones?
Could be a possibility too.
I mean, that would just help, right? I mean, the water goes through the deck, and then it goes into the ground, right? If it
Definitely.
doesn't, then it goes into the patio stones, and it'd probably just help the permeability of the backyard. Would you be okay with that?
I would be okay with that.
Okay, cool.
Members, any other questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, okay. All right, sir, just ask you to stand by, so Nicole, there are no further speakers on this item? Yes, okay, thanks. Okay, sir, just stand by a second here. No further questions. All right, members, do you want to put forward a motion on this then? Yes, Nazilis, please.
Yes. To you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one changes, that variance number 3 is now amended to 20%, which is equal to 8.92 square meter, and for the rear yard will be maintained as a soft landscaping. And that's my motion with no other condition.
Would you be okay with a little bit of a friendly amendment that the patio stones underneath the deck are removed?
Can we enforce, can I ask from Secretary Treasurer
Yeah.
a question? So,
That's an enforceable condition.
is it? Okay, then I accept it.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it's in.
Perfect. Thank you very
thank you.
much.
Is there a seconder on this varied application? Yes, Mr. Wilkins, thank you. All right, all in favor then of voting on this? Yes? All right. All right, sir, it's passed as changed and discussed. Thank you. All right. Fine, moving to item number 2, and the property address is 178 Ellis Avenue. And I'll just advise what committee has in connection with this application. We have a copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a site plan showing location of stable top of slope, received June of this year. Email correspondence from Ms. Price and Solani as agents. There's also a slope stability study prepared by a firm Engel Corp. There's an arborist and tree protection plan. In terms of comments, we have email correspondence from the planner, development planning, permit and development engineering, so really coming from engineering, and TRCA. We also have a staff report from the supervisor of ravine and natural feature protection. Finally, we have correspondence and opposition from Eric Halling at 176 Ellis Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and we do have a speaker here in person in opposition to speak.
All right. All right, I invite the agent or applicant then to speak with respect to this item, 178 Ellis Avenue. Could you identify yourself, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, fellow committee members. My name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 The East Mall, Suite 300, here on behalf of the owner.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's get to your item. Just going to ask you just to hang on a second as the chair gets this. Technical issues, yes. Fine, there are 4 variances, sir. Just give us a brief outline, if you would, then, of the purpose of your application and what you're seeking.
Absolutely. So this application is for a new duplex. This is a property that is regulated by the TRCA as well as the RNFP. So we've been working with them for approximately 1 year to locate the stable top of slope and come up with a design that permits this this proposal here.
All right. So I'm just looking very quickly, then, yes, the front yard setback is changing, some height difference, and height of exterior main walls, and then the required setback from TRCA. Just as I see that 4th item just gives me concern, so perhaps you can address it. I know that in many cases, the TRCA asks for about a 10-meter sort of buffer area between the top of bank or between a creek or something along that line. And in this case, you're saying the new dwelling is going to be located 0.52 meters from a shoreline hazard. Can you address that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If you like, I can actually go and address all of the variances in a row, but I can also speak to this one specifically. The first thing I'll point out is that TRCA has no issue with this variance. They have not indicated any comments of opposition. And the reason for this is that this 0.52 meter setback recognizes an existing condition of this dwelling. You'll note that the rear main wall of this dwelling is going to be in the exact same position that it currently is. And as such, that 0.52 meters will remain as it's currently set back. I'll further note out that the existing raised platform at the rear is currently encroaching over this long-term stable top of slope, and it is proposed to be removed through this application, and therefore the this variance will actually be improved compared to the current situation on the property.
Sure.
Yes, please. Mm-hmm.
Thanks for that. Let's talk a little bit about the height. I appreciate this is a ravine lot, overlooks Catfish Pond. There are a number of new builds on the west side of Ellis going all the way up to Morningside. How does your proposed height compare to some of the other new builds that are happening along that strip?
So the first thing that I'll say with the height is that this dwelling that currently exists is a single-family dwelling that is a 3-story flat roof, and what we're proposing is a sloped roof duplex that is 3 stories. So in terms of visual impact, I would argue that it is actually quite similar, or perhaps even a bit less due to the mitigating aspect of the sloped roof compared to what's currently on the property. Now, in terms of comparing recent builds to this one in terms of height, it is a little difficult because there was a change in bylaw. Some of the approvals that have occurred on this side of the street on Ellis Ave were varied under the former City of Toronto zoning bylaw 438-86. And as such, the method for measuring height was somewhat different. However, I would point out 191 Ellis Ave with a very similar height. It was approved for a building height of 10 10 meters under the 438 zoning bylaw, which translates to approximately 11 meters in the 569-2013 zoning bylaw. I'd also point to 44 Ellis Ave, which was approved under the 438 former City of Toronto bylaw at 10.59 meters, which results in a slightly taller building than what is proposed here. Now, I can also speak to the side exterior heights because the variance for the sidewall height is also tied into the unique design of this building. You'll note by looking at the elevation here that the sidewall varies significantly depending on which specific portion you're looking at. The measurement of 10.0.3 is actually taken to a faux chimney feature. That line is labeled as the third floor ceiling line, just sort of at the top of the drawing. And you'll note this dashed line is significantly above the point where any of the walls meet the sidewalls, which is what we would typically understand a sidewall to be. The actual sidewall height, meaning the area where the sloped roof connects to the wall, what you would perceive as the sidewall height, has a height of 8.23 meters on the lower portions and 9.75 on the top of the dormer windows on the side there.
Okay, so, and you've also got a grade change from front to rear, so I presume your established grade is a little bit lower than it might otherwise. So it doesn't present as tall from the front as it does from the rear.
That is correct, Chair, to a small extent.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from members? Ms. Speaker? No, all right. Okay. Mr. Wilkins, did you have a question? No, okay, all right. All right, thank you, sir. Just going to...
Through the chair, we can move to the speaker in opposition.
Yes, thank you. Hello, oh, is that person is here? Yeah, good.
Good morning, committee.
Good morning. Can you just give us your name and address, please? Yeah.
Nicholas Singh, Swansea Area Ratepayers Association.
Nicholas, yeah? Yes, okay.
So before I begin my presentation, there's a preliminary matter of an improper notice and incomplete application. Could I get on screen the application form, page 2, please? I recognize that the applicant has said this is a new duplex, but the application, as you will see from the application form, is for a single-family dwelling. On page 2, the description of proposal, we see single-family dwelling. We also see has an FSI of 318.85, which is 72%. However, the public notice says it's a duplex application, and what's worse, the zoning examiner's notice is also issued for a duplex. And because of this disconnect, the variance cited on the application for the FSI is missing from the examiner's notice and the public notice. In addition to that problem, the revised plans we have before us also differ from the public notice. The plans are labeled proposed private residence, clearly not a duplex, and they don't match the public notice. In addition, the plans are not in metric as per requirements. The site plan page does not show the existing building as per requirements. The plans do not show the date of completion and the required revisions as per the requirements. I anticipate the applicant may say that the original plans were in metric. However, the requirement is that all plans be in metric, and this raises the question as to why we've got a different set of plans swapped in at the end. Revisions are supposed to be dated so they can be tracked. If we look at the superseded plans that were submitted, they read existing dwelling to remain and proposed addition renovation to dwelling unit. Now that is not what the examiner reviewed. The examiner's notice says new building, 3-story in bold and in bold duplex. So we have an examiner's notice and a public notice saying one thing, while the application and the plans are for something else. And importantly, we're missing that variance for the FSI, which is substantial in this case and is in fact on the original application for this. In addition to that, these improper plans before us were submitted late on July 11th at the end of the day. My submission 2 business days later was deemed to be too late to be included. Mr. Chair, this application is a compilation of errors, and if allowed to proceed, in my opinion, I think it will make a fool out of the building department in this whole process. I urge you to send this application back, or at least to defer it so that we can get an application that matches with the examiner's notice and the public notice and the proposed plans. So before I begin my presentation on the variances, can I get a decision on my request for dismissal or deferral?
Well, perhaps you may just go over the public notice again, in terms of what was asked for in the notice that was given.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I'm sorry. You're suggesting in the public notice, it's mentioning simply a single-family dwelling as opposed to a duplex, which the application is for.
Both the application and the plans,
Yeah.
right, both speak to a single-family dwelling, yes.
Right,
Mr.
thank
Chair,
you,
I
yes.
wonder if, you know, it's an interesting allegation. I do note that the floor plans do show 2 residences,
Yes.
but maybe could we break protocol and ask the agent to maybe respond to this request?
Yes, all right. So I think we will, so we'll hold you there in terms of another thing in the variances. All right, could we have the agent then back on the line? And I think you hear the issue here. Speaker is suggesting that the notice and what's before the committee are different.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to address this. The first thing I'll point out is that the Committee of Adjustment form, well, it may have stated single-family dwelling. The public notice that was sent out to the public clearly stated that this was a duplex.
Okay.
I'll also point out that the determination of whether a building is a duplex or not is done by the Toronto Building Department, by a zoning examiner, not by myself.
Right.
or by the architect. And as such, there is no variance for FSI. We are not asking for a variance from FSI. So therefore, with respect to the purpose of the application on the public notice and with respect to all of the variances that we are asking, all of that is consistent with the plans. The plans do say private residence, proposed private residence, and I'll point out that that is not mutually exclusive with a duplex. A duplex is of course a private residence as opposed to a public building.
Yes, I agree with you on that point. All right, thank you for that. We'll go back then to the complainant here. All right. You wanted to address the individual variances?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I do remind the committee of their obligation under section 45, to apply the 4 tests in a
Yep.
deliberate and thorough manner, and also that the onus is on the applicant to demonstrate that the variances meet the 4 tests in all aspects, individually and collectively. The zoning bylaw recently was updated to accommodate current building trends and to reduce applications to the committee. In this neighborhood, building height was increased from 9 to 10 meters, and the sidewall height was increased from 7 to 7.5 meters. The difference between the building height and the sidewall height was maintained to address flat roof phenomenon that produces square buildings with massing, shadowing problems. The difference encourages peaked roofs for taller buildings and lower heights for flat roofs. If you look at the diagram for the roofs for this application, you will see that there is a very large flat roof on it. So in this case, the application is for both a taller house and higher sidewalls, thus completely defeating the intent and purpose of these 2 bylaws. We also maintained a thorough examination of the features in the immediate and broader neighborhood, despite the 2 that were raised earlier, would reveal that the proposed features of an 11-meter building height and a 7.5-meter wall height, sidewall height, are in the minority and do not support the neighborhood character in these two respects. We point out that there is no evidence really to the contrary before the committee. I note also that the applicant can't introduce further evidence at this point on that point. The averaging of the setbacks of the homes on each side of the proposed building allows for there to be a variety of setbacks along the street while maintaining some continuity for the streetscape. An objective review of the immediate area will attest to the desirability of maintaining this obvious character feature. For the TRCA, a reading of their communication on May 24th, 2023 message to the agent rejects the proposal to move the rear wall further into the slope, and we have no reason to disagree with that. The current proposal before us is to increase the northwest corner of the building and to push it further into the slope. Previous plans had a wall that followed the current building, but the new plans for the new building push that corner forward into that, and there's nothing from the TRC that we can see that accepts this as approved. So for these reasons, and for those of the neighbor who did write in, and the impacts on the neighbor, we recommend refusal of these variances.
All right, thank you. Members, are there any questions for the speaker? All right, I'm seeing none. All right, sir, thank you. You would go back to regular seating, and all right, we'll go back again to the agent, and having just heard those submissions, I'll just ask about the submission that the gentleman has made. He's saying in the northwest corner of the proposed building, it's moved a little more into the slope. I think that's the gist of it. So could you address that in replying?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So that is correct. However, in terms of an absolute measurement from the long-term table top of slope, it will not exceed the 0.52 meters that the southwest wall currently has. And I'll point out as well, for the benefit of the commenter today, that, well, of course, the TRCA and our NFP review all applications, and if they did find an issue, they would comment on this application. But regardless of the decision of the committee today, if the TRCA does not find this proposal to be suitable or meeting with their living city policies, then they do alone have the power to refuse to issue a permit. Only when a permit from the TRCA is issued on these lands will a building permit be issued. This is because these lands are regulated by the TRCA, and therefore no development can occur without their express consent.
So
I'll point out just again that if the 10 meters setback were to be followed on this lot, or in fact even any of the neighboring lots, it would likely render these lots unable to construct any usable dwelling whatsoever. I am not sure if Chair would like to respond, but I would also like to make a response to the commenters'
yes,
submission with regards to...
Go ahead, because we're trying to be fair on this in terms of hearing persons, so sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So just with respect to the sidewall height, I want to point out again that the measurement of 0.03 meters is largely a technical result of how different building parts are measured. The chimney at the front of the building is very clearly not a side main wall. However, because the zoning bylaw is a blunt and rigid tool, it is interpreted as a side main wall. When one is actually viewing this building from the street or from the side, the point where the roof connects with these side walls is what will be perceived as these side walls. And as I pointed out, this height ranges from 8.23 meters to 9.75 meters. And this is a height that's consistent with approvals in this area before. I'll point out that 284 Ellis Ave was approved with a side exterior main wall height of 9.58 meters. That was in 2021, so under the current citywide zoning bylaw. In addition, 1 Ellis Park Road was approved with a side exterior main wall height of 9.59 meters, and 3 Morningside Ave was approved with a side main wall height of 8.28 meters. Now, these side main wall heights, in my view, are indicative of the fact that on these lots, it is more appropriate to build up than it is to extend to the rear. Note that the maximum building length on this property is 17 meters, whereas the proposed building is significantly less than this. And this is to accommodate for the slope hazards in the rear, while also providing two family-sized units in a duplex.
Yes, all right, thank you. So just wanted to ask, so you would need ultimately like a development to permit from TRCA as well, right? Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Yes, okay, thanks. Members, any, just in terms of this reply, any questions for this gentleman? Yes, right.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask with the TRCA email that's available to us, it does talk about requirement for a geotechnical report. I'm just wondering if the agent has presented that or is aware that that's going to be required?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I am aware of that request, and it is through a geotechnical report that the stable long-term top of slope was identified. The TRCA staff have confirmed they are satisfied with that location as well.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Is that the slope stability study? Sorry, is that the slope stability study we have in our package?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. I think we take this into committee for discussion. I think I'm satisfied with respect to the notice and the application that they're appropriately together. But on the merits of these 4 variances, would anyone prefer to speak out on that?
Perhaps, Chair, if I can just start the conversation. I'm looking just at the 4 variances before us, and the one that I was particularly concerned about was variance number 4, but I think that has been satisfied. My concern's been satisfied with regard to the TRCA email and the geotechnical study that's been presented. As far as the other first 3 variances, I think they're relatively, they seem to be reasonable requests. So I don't seem to have any concerns about this application. I'm not sure what my colleagues might want to add that might change my mind, perhaps.
Yes, any other member want to speak? Yes.
Yeah,
please,
I would agree with Zahir. You know, this is a unique lot. I know it quite well. I know the street quite well.
Very good.
This is an area that is undergoing, not surprisingly, because they're prestige lots, that it's undergoing a fair amount of redevelopment, and the view sheds from the rear are quite striking. And I do know that there's a lot of flora and fauna in behind there, so I don't think that it is going to represent a negative impact on any of the surrounding homes around there. Many of the homes towards, northerly towards Morningside have similarly built new builds that take advantage of that spectacular view. I was a little bit concerned about the height request, but I think the fact that it is a grade slope that slopes towards the rear, I think contributes to the overall height. I don't think the variance that is being proposed before us is significant. So I would agree that this is a supportable application. And if no one else, I'm happy to move. I'll move approval of this application. I think subject to forestry condition 1. And RNFP I think was good, and I think that's it.
Yes, here, please.
I'll second that motion, Chair.
All right. All in favor then? Please vote. All right. All right. All right, the matter passes. Thank you. Okay. Moving to item 3, 133 Summerhill Avenue. I'm just going to turn to the materials that we have on that. All right, let's get to that here. All right, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear 3-story addition with rear ground level stairs. The existing rear detached garage will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a number of materials, and these include copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, a revised site plan, 13 photographs of the subject property. There's also reference to a number of earlier Committee of Adjustment decisions going back some time, looks like 2003 and 2017 and 2019. We have email correspondence from Roy Bands as agent. We have a staff report from the Director of Community Planning. There are 4 form letters in support signed by owners of 39, 56, and 84 Summerhill Avenue and one at 122 Shaftesbury Avenue. We also have some supplementary material. I'll get to, first of all, there's opposition in court, a number of persons in opposition, David Rich, George Theopopoulos, Susan Stock, Malcolm Grain, Christy Goldie, and Nada Darwich. These are addresses on Summerhill and one on Shaftesbury. And I see in our supplemental package we have further correspondence in opposition from Deborah Briggs from the Summerhill Residents Association, also from an Albert Sang at 135 Summerhill. Again, the Goldie and Narwich that I had mentioned at 129. And finally, a David Argo at 105 Summerhill Avenue. There are 3 variances being requested, so I'll ask the owner or applicant agent to identify themselves, please, and come to the mic or address us now virtually.
Through the chair, we have the agent online, and we also have speakers registered in opposition to this application.
Are the speakers here physically, or are they?
They are online.
Online, yeah. All right, applicant agent, good morning. Dealing with your item at 133 Summerhill Ave.
Good morning, committee members and committee chair. My name is Roy Bance. I'm the owner of Fluid Living Studio, acting as agent on behalf of the owners of 133 Summerhill Avenue. The address of our office is 455 Dovercourt Avenue, or Dovercourt Road, rather, Suite 202 in Toronto. I just wanted to speak briefly to the 3 variances, if that's okay with the committee. Just wanted to.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. First off, the floor space index variance. The existing floor space index of the existing home is 1.26 times the lot area. And the proposed floor space index that we're requesting approval for is 1.59 times the area of the lot. Committee members, we're looking to add a rear addition to reconfigure the footprint slightly of the house and address some idiosyncrasies of a 100-year-old home, and moreover to accommodate 4 children with their own families that would frequently visit the owners of the home. The previous renovations that were approved in the past, while totally valid renovations, did not address all these concerns of the current owner. I just want to also point out that there were previous approvals at 87 Summerhill Avenue for an FSI of 1.55 times and 56 Shaftesbury Avenue for 2.15 times lot area. Variance 2, the distance of between the main walls for a townhouse. This is in our view, a technical variance in that it's a townhouse, so there are shared walls with the neighbor. The total shared wall portion with 135 Summerhill will be equal to 1.25 meters, and the extended portion past 135 Summerhill will be equal to 0.45 meters. If we were to observe the setback of the variance of 2 meters, the actual width of the house would only be 3.94 meters, which we deem a little too narrow to consider the rear addition on this home. Lastly, the soft landscaping variance. The proposed soft landscaping variance was revised to 14% after the existing planters, and there is some soft landscaping in terms of a garden next to the garage that were not accounted for in the original survey, so they were missed. So the zoning examiner did revise the ZC to reflect the 14% soft landscaping in the rear. So what I wanted to speak to is the fact that the way that soft landscaping, as we all know, is determined is as a percentage of the entire rear yard or rear lot portion of the entire property. However, if you look at the total rear yard of 71.58 square meters, the garage area is 26.88 square meters. So it takes up a substantial portion of that. And there is some area of the property that is actually captured in the laneway, which belongs to the laneway basically, and not to the usage of the owners per se at 133 Summerhill. So there are a couple of previous approvals in the area. 66 Summerhill Gardens, soft landscaping of 10.35%, and 56 Rowanwood Avenue, soft landscaping of 10.6%. We feel that, like, if I was hoping to call up the pictures that we sent in of the actual rear patio area, if we could bring that up, please. There. So you can see the rear patio area on its own is 38.75 square meters. There's not a lot of room to play with here. And the owners were intended always to use the rear patio for dining and lounging, entertaining friends and family. There's not a lot of area here to work with. We need the steps going down to the rear patio. So basically, in line with where the steps are now, they'll basically stay where they are. It's just that rear porch will be now part of the new rear addition. So just by virtue of the fact that the patio area as a portion of the rear yard is actually quite tiny, we feel that the 40% soft landscaping is deemed appropriate in this case.
All right, thank you, sir, with that. Just with respect to the variances then, and just returning to soft landscaping, the variance number 1. So you're amending that to say that 14% of the rear yard will be maintained as a soft landscaping. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Yes, okay.
What's the meter squared?
Do you have the? Sorry, go ahead.
10.12 square meters is the actual value.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to ask, you said the existing, if I got this right, existing FSI is 1.26, and is that the result of one of the earlier Committee of Adjustment decisions?
That's correct.
Okay, 1.26, all right. Members, I'm sorry I jumped in there. Are there any questions for the applicant here? No, all right.
Perhaps I'll just ask a quick question, Chair.
Please.
To the applicant, I was just wondering, your amended soft landscaping for variance number 1, have you had any feedback from planning staff at all on that?
Yes, we did actually provide the amended zoning certificate to planning, and they were looking for a slightly higher number than the 14%, and they were very amenable to looking at alternatives. However, we just couldn't work it so that we could still make use of that rear patio area. So we agreed to leave it at that, and planning had no other choice but to maintain their refusal letter as part of the file.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll let you just stand by, and we can go to a speaker in opposition, please. Yeah.
Susan Stock, you've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, members, and interested parties, good morning. My name is Susan Stock, and I reside at 118 Shaftesbury Avenue, Toronto, M4T 1A5, a property just beyond the edge of the laneway that runs behind 133 Summerhill Avenue and its garage. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My letter of opposition to the proposed 3-story addition at 133 Summerhill Avenue registered my concerns for this proposal in some detail in relation to the 4 tests. I would like to express today that this application fails at least 2 of the 4 tests. Firstly, it is not a minor variance in either size or impact. The existing GFA at 1.26 times coverage is already over the allowable limit, and the increase to 1.59 times, or 2,760 square feet, because I still think in feet, cannot be considered minor. The resultant 3-story rectangular structure would box in both the neighbors at 131 and 135 Summerhill Avenue, with brick walls limiting both morning and evening light and air circulation. Secondly, the proposal is not desirable from a public interest point of view for the proper development of this property. The extensive massing on this small, irregular lot would create significant issues. The increase in coverage does not increase residential availability, so does not benefit the community. The environmental impact with the loss of permeable surfaces to 0% in the rear, which is what they stated originally, will jeopardize groundwater penetration and likely result in overflow affecting the neighbors' yards. Permeability caused by overpaving is a concern in Toronto, where climate extremes are beginning to affect us all. It will also likely result in the death of the American elm in the backyard, which they have failed to discuss. For failing at least these 2 tests, the application should be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Susan, you heard in terms of the soft landscaping, the proposal is changed or varied, and it would go to 14% of the rear yard.
With respect,
Yes?
I hardly think that planters constitute or are a substitute for soft landscaping when the rest of the area will likely not be permeable. And I understand and I sympathize, we all have very small yards. But I do not see the addition at the back and the way that it will affect the greenscaping for all the other neighbors, including myself. 14% is hardly enough.
All right, thank you, members. Any?
Chair,
Yes,
I
yeah.
missed Susan. Susan, what was your address again?
118 Shaftesbury Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Susan was asked you to stand by. A further speaker, please.
Christopher Goldie, you've been unmuted. Hello, Christopher.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
My name is Christopher Goldie, and my wife, Nada Darwish, and I reside at 129 Summerhill Avenue, which is 2 doors over from 133, the property in question today. So very close. Thank you for this opportunity to participate today. You have the letter on file from my wife and I in considerable detail of our opposition to this application for variances for the addition at 133. Today I'll just address 2, which I think are worth careful attention. To the floor space index, this is not a minor variance in either size or impact. As noted, the current FSI at 126 coverage already doubles the bylaw limit. The proposal seeks a further increase to 1.59 or 250% over the bylaw limit. At 2,760 square feet, built form on a lot that is just 1,718 square feet. It's simply too large for the lot, and it does nothing to increase housing availability in the city. And approving this would set a bad precedent with long-term ramifications. And for example, our own home has a current FSI of 0.81. If a subsequent owner of our house redevelops it to the same FSI as is being sought by the applicants, it would produce a 4,400 square foot house on a 2,700 square foot lot. To achieve that, you would have to essentially erase the backyard because of the existing garage at the end of the lot. At 133, the result, if built as sought, would be a large box directly to the adjacent property lines with sheer 3-story vertical walls looming over the much smaller homes on either side at 131 and 135. To the variance requesting soft landscaping, regarding soft landscaping, this is not minor and it's not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land because of the environmental risks that the precedent would set. We all experienced the torrential rain yesterday, according to the city spokesperson that I heard this morning on the CBC. The city has logged 950 calls for blocked sewers or catch basins as a result of the storm. As noted by the chair earlier in this meeting, soft landscaping and or natural organic ground cover can absorb surface water. Removing it directly risks adding runoff volume to the city's sewer system and overloading it. The risk of flood damage to homes from surface water or overland water in home insurance policy terms in extreme rainfall events could also rise as sewer inflow is reduced and organic surface cover that could help absorb that water decreases. In closing, I urge the committee to carefully weigh the long-term ramifications of setting the precedents this application is seeking. Our city faces growing housing and environmental pressures, and good planning must carefully consider these factors more than ever before. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Chris at this point? All right. All right, I'm seeing none. All right, thank you. Yes, is there further speaker, Nicole?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a Malcolm Graham registered in opposition at 133 Summerhill Avenue. However, after multiple attempts, we are unable to reach Mr. Graham.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Nicole, what address did you say?
173?
Through the chair, that's correct. He's actually listed as the same address as the application, so not sure why he's listed in opposition.
Okay, thanks.
In any event, he's not available to us then, right? Okay. Nicole, is there further speaker? No, I see. All right, thank you. All right, then we'll go back to the applicant to reply to the comments that have been raised by objectors. Hi there, the applicant with us, okay?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm here, happy to speak to both previous speakers.
Yes.
With regards to the point from both speakers regarding FSI, if I could just pull up the neighborhood map that was sent out with the hearing notice. And can we bring that up? Terrific. So if you look at where 133 Summerhill is noted in that neighborhood, you can easily see that most of the homes are larger and deeper than the existing home at Summerhill Avenue. As well, the rear yard has been irregularly cut off due to the nature of the roadway and the laneway. So there are challenges here to make use of the rear lot portion of it. If we look at the FSI, the 1.59 proposed will only push back the rear extension a total of 1.7 meters, which originally we were, to be honest, looking at maybe increasing it even more, but then we did back that off and felt that this was a much more reasonable proposal for this home. But some of the homes on that side of the street are 2-story, but the majority are 3-story. So the FSI, the overall floor space of most of those homes will still be greater than what is being proposed here today. With regards to the elm in the rear yard, if we could go back to the site plan, please, and I'll speak to the elm, which is situated next to the garage. So in that southern corner there of the bottom corner of the garage there, that's where the elm is located. So it's actually quite a ways away from the home. So there's no home, there's in our opinion, no danger of harming the elm during the course of construction. And we will, of course, afford tree protection during the course of construction. We don't see any harm coming to the elm by virtue of the rear patio that is in existence there. That tree has been doing quite well since the garage was built a number of years ago. So I really don't see any issue with the elm being in any of harm's way. With regards to the comment of 131 Summerhill, if they were allowed to be amenable to building an extension in line with what's being asked at 133 Summerhill, it will still be well short of the overall length of 129 Summerhill. So with respect to privacy and light, we don't see it as being an issue. I would also want to speak to the issue of water runoff. The patio area in total is 28.5 square meters, which is actually quite small. So the amount of runoff that would come off of the patio itself will be minor in nature. And again, I'd like to point out that the The actual soft landscaping is 14%. And that was a decision that when the owners put in the planters, they wanted to make sure that there was some soft landscaping, and some beautiful trees were planted in some of those larger boxes, which will contribute to the overall canopy of the home. And the only other thing I'd like to point out, the garage area is actually 26.88 square meters, which is a substantial portion of that rear lot. If it pleases the committee, the owners would be open to putting in a green roof to help mitigate some of the runoff from the roof of the garage. And if that, although it's not deemed as acceptable as soft landscaping, where the soft landscaping variance is concerned, it would provide an extra 38% soft landscaping, bringing the total soft landscaping to 52%.
Since you mentioned a tree, my note is that there's an urban forestry condition here. So are you familiar with it, and would your client?
Yes.
So you'd
Yeah, we'd be happy to abide by that condition.
All right, thank you. Members, yes, please. Zahir, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of quick questions. The planters that are shown in the photographs, and thank you for the photographs, it provides a little context. Are they, presumably they have holes in the bottom, and below the planters, that would be soft ground? They're not sitting on patio stones? Would that be correct?
That is correct. If you look at the photographs, you could actually see areas that where the actual soil underneath the planters is showing. So there are no solid bottoms to those planters, right. And they do drain fully through. And I just wanted to point out that planters are indeed acceptable by definition as soft landscaping according to the zoning variance.
The second question I have is that in the one of the photographs that shows the deck at the back with the doors leading into the house, is that about the extent of the additional length that you're looking at for the house?
That's pretty much it, yeah.
And
the barbecue will be relocated and stored in the garage.
And basically the proposed addition would go from the deck straight up to the third floor, and then there's a roof that's, I think you've got an inclined roof at the top of the third floor, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we take this into ourselves here. Any comments, or does anyone want to put forward a motion?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, it's
Yes.
Sabrina Salatino. Just for clarification, Mr. Malcolm Graham resides at 131 Summerhill Avenue. He was registered to speak in opposition but did not participate. We do have a letter in opposition from Mr. Graham, and it was received July the 10th. So I just wanted to note that.
Yes, members
Thank
have
you.
seen that, yes.
Perhaps I'll just start off with the
Please do.
conversation.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Chair. I think the variances that we're looking at, the only one that I really was concerned about was variance number 1, with indicating a 0 percentage of soft landscaping the rear. I think the amended version of 14%, I believe.
Yes.
And I believe it's 2.12 square meters. It's still small, but given the context and the fact that there are planters there as well, it is a very unusual site again. And sometimes it's the uniqueness of a site that makes us think a little differently. Okay. I think it's a lot more acceptable proposal, and I think the adding the additional 14% soft landscaping, especially in light of yesterday's torrential downpour, makes a lot more sense. In terms of the addition to the house, it's basically going to be sitting on top of the existing patio. So I don't see a major change in terms of land being used. So I think this would be a supportable application, given the amendments that have been made, or the amendment that has been made. And perhaps we could even entertain the offer of having a green roof above the above the garage. That might be a little bit more palatable.
I have just a brief context. When I think about the context for the first variance, I note that the garage was something I believe was added through another variance, so I'm not entirely persuaded that there's some special character of the land that requires such a small amount of softscape. I mean, these are all choices that have, led to a result where there's, I think, a really inadequate softscape. And so, I mean, I'm not sure that persuades me that it's acceptable variance.
Chair, I'll weigh in. I agree with Doug. 14% when 50 is required, frankly, is just not good enough, in my view. Even though there are planters, even though, it seems to me that there's opportunities to improve that just by looking at the photos in the back. I think that, knowing that you need 50%, coming back with 14, I think that's not strong enough of an effort in terms of trying to be consistent as we apply soft landscaping requirements across the city. So I think this proposal could, with some effort, have come up with a more ambitious program for the rear yard to come closer to the requirements for soft landscaping. So I'm not comfortable with variance number 3. Similarly, I don't have any problem with the structure, but I don't think I can support variance number 3 as currently presented to us.
Variance number 1.
Have I got the wrong one?
Soft landscaping is one.
My apologies, variance number 1.
But that's a good segue, because I was going to speak on variance number 3, just as to FSI. My only thought and concern here is it's been raised once by a committee of adjustment in the past. And originally, or I shouldn't say originally, but the required amount is 0.6 times. And we're going to essentially 1.6 times with this altered dwelling. So partly because committee has dealt with FSI in the past, my view is I can't support that particular variance.
Fair enough.
All right.
Ms. Dillon,
members?
Yes, I'm actually agree with you. I haven't been convinced that the planters are just working like soft landscaping, so I can't support the amended number for variance number 1. And I agree also with the variance number 3. With our chair comment, they already granted 1 time, and I don't support this.
All right, members, do you wish to put forward a motion, or is there a need for any further discussion? Okay, we're in committee here, so.
Sure, I'll go ahead. I'll put forward a motion. I'm going to suggest denying the application as it's framed. I've already spoken to my thoughts, and I agree with what Mr. Clay said about variance number 1. With respect to variance 3, I agree with Ms. West. I think it was presented to us as a sort of a minor increase over what is the existing FSI, but I think that it still amounts to another 25% increase, and I think we're getting pretty far. Even numerically, it's, in my mind, just too big to be considered minor, so I believe that fails the test, and I don't think that the project works in total with these 2 variances gone, so I move to deny the application in its entirety.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
And I will second that motion.
All right, this is a motion then on the table to refuse. I'm sorry? Oh,
As amended.
because of soft landscaping, you mean? Sorry.
Sure. As
Through
amended.
you, Mr. Chair, yes, it would have to be as amended, that it would be refused.
Thank you for that, Sabrina. All right.
I'll amend my motion to be as amended.
All right, Ms. Ellis is in favor of that. All right, all in favor then, this is a refusal. What up, Vince? All right. The application has been refused. All right, committee will go on to the next item. Just need a few minutes to, a few seconds to get up to speed here. All right. So next item, we're going to proceed to 268 Seaton Street, and I'm just going to take a second to call that up. My cursor sometimes doesn't want to follow me. All right. There's been quite a bit of correspondence on this one, 268 Seaton Street. Here's the purpose of the application. It's to convert the existing 2 1/2 story row house into a 12-room rooming house by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition with a balcony. Just one variance is requested. It relates to a building depth. The bylaw requires 14 meters, and they're seeking here 16.94 meters. I'm just going to turn and advise everyone what committee has on file, what we received. So in connection with Seaton, we have a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 3 photographs of the subject property. We have a cover letter from Baron Ersoy and Aaron Sergel, if I pronounced that correctly. We have a staff report from Heritage Planning. We have persons in opposition, all at 264 Seaton Street. I'm just going to check our supplementary. Yes, we have correspondence from a number of other persons. First of all, a cover letter from the applicants, and then correspondence in opposition from, there are a number of persons, so I'm just going to mention the street numbers. Again, 268 Seaton, 264 Seaton, 247 Seaton, 245 Seaton. All right. All right, could we ask the applicant or the agent, the person speaking on this matter, if they could come to the mic if you're virtually? If you could
Through the chair, we have looks like the owner on the line to speak to this application.
Very good.
And we do have a registered speaker in opposition.
Just one, was that? Yes, all right, thank you. All right, can the applicant then speak up then with respect to 268 Seaton Street? And I've mentioned the variance which relates to building depth.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Beren Ersoy from 268 Seaton, Toronto, M5A2T4. I am the owner.
I see, okay.
The minor variance we are seeking for committee's approval today is regarding the building depth of our proposed 3rd-story addition. The permitted maximum building depth for a townhouse is 14 meters. Our proposed 3rd-story addition would extend it to 16.94 meters in depth. However, our building is Victorian style, which was built in 1880s and already has an existing depth of 18.46 meters. Therefore,
Sorry, just, you got existing depth of, sorry, I missed that?
Existing depth of our building is 18.46 meters.
Okay, thank you.
Therefore, while our proposed addition exceeds the standard townhouse depth, it doesn't extend beyond the existing depth of our building. You can refer to drawing R812 on our drawing package. Our minor variance is technical in nature, and we've coordinated with city staff extensively, specifically with zoning. They have no further comment except this minor variance to our application. We've also consulted with community planning. They don't have any comments or objections to our application. Furthermore, we'd like to highlight that 268, 270, and 272 Seaton are three-row houses, and our adjoining neighbors at 270 and 272 Seaton already have existing third-story rear additions with balconies. Our intention is to construct a similar rear third-story addition with balcony by ensuring consistency with the neighboring buildings and preserving the aesthetic harmony of the neighborhood. Our architectural drawings illustrate the third story of both existing structures of 268, 270, and 272, Seaton, and our proposed addition. We also added a few Google images to show the existing third stories for all three-row houses for reference. I believe Mr. Chair already showed our photos, Google photos, to show the 270 and 272's back third stories. In addition, we closely collaborated with our next adjoining neighbor at 270 Seaton and engaged same architectural firm to ensure harmony in our third-story designs. They also submitted identical plans for their front roof and third-story rear addition, which have been approved by Toronto Building. They have already received their building permit and commenced construction. For reference, you can find their submission details under application number 24104-674-BLD00SR. Thank you for the opportunity to represent today, and I would be happy to answer any questions that committee may have.
Yes, please.
Thanks for that. Do you need a license to be a rooming house?
By March 31st, 2024, City of Toronto issued a new regulatory multi-tenant housing framework, and across all Toronto, now all the houses are eligible to license. However, to be able to have a license, we need to comply with the building codes, electrical safety codes, and fire safety codes. As long as any house compliant with all these requirements, they can obtain their license to operate as a rooming house.
Okay, so just want to so you don't necessarily need a license, but you need to meet safety regulations under building and fire code.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And this, just in terms of the form here, then these would be sitting rooms or bedrooms, but perhaps with a shared kitchen. Is that?
Yes, we are proposing 12 separate rooms. Each story has its own kitchen, and each room has its own private bathroom. So every room will have private bathroom, so bathroom won't be shared. However, each floor will have one kitchen. So basically our goal is to make one kitchen for 3 rooms to share together.
Thank you. Yes,
just a quick question. I was looking at the site plan. On the site plan, there's a shaded portion on for 268 Seaton, and it identifies that as a proposed third-story addition. And then just below that, you've got a little caption that says minor variance number 2. Is this the correct?
Sorry, minor variance 2. Yes, it is the correct plan. I believe maybe there's a. I have to check the minor variance letter one more time. I believe it should say maybe the minor variance 1, because we only have only one minor variance. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. Thank you for catching that.
And if I may just add another one quickly, from the same site plan, it looks as if 268 Seaton, the completed version, presumably, would be the same depth as 270 Seaton.
I think we are a little bit shorter than them. They had a little bit less balcony space. Our balcony space will be larger for our resident.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have the exact numbers, but I know from the look they have a smaller balcony size at their back.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, no, I'm fine. Thank you.
I'm just looking at the photograph. So if I heard your remarks correctly, it's a 3-story at the rear that you're putting on, and you're saying the adjacent neighbors have at least a 1-story addition to about the same depth?
Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, yes. Our depth will be even shorter than them. I know their balconies is smaller than ours. And they don't have no objections to our plans. We consulted with them already.
All right. Thank you. All right. Then we just ask you to stand by then. We have a speaker.
Margaret Evans, you've been unmuted. Margaret, are you there?
Hi, my name is Margaret Evans. I am a resident at 264 Seaton Street. I myself and a number of the other neighbors on Seaton Street have submitted letters of objection to this proposal. This is my first time participating in one of these meetings, and while I recognize that this might seem like a minor variance, the contribution to then what would be a subsequent application to make this residence into a rooming house has significant effects on the neighboring communities, the neighboring houses. It is a quiet street that happens to be located very close to a number of other rooming houses, of safe injection sites, of halfway houses, and we are dealing with very significant problems on our street. And our biggest concern is not, we all recognize the need for affordable housing in this city. It's a very significant problem, but to be honest, the owners and landlords of 268 Seaton Street have not kept up that residence in any way, shape, or form that would make us feel as though this rooming house would be meeting all of the building safety codes and fire codes. To be honest, those pictures included in that application are maybe maybe that residence looked like that for 24 hours in the last, I don't know how many years. It is completely overgrown in the front. We have had a number of issues with the residents that have lived there in the past few years. There is drug paraphernalia throughout. There has been no attempts to regularly clear any of the litter or any of the ice or snow during the winter time, making it very unsafe for the number of seniors and young children that also live on the street. And, if I can speak, I guess, to the other folks who wrote letters of objection, we are just really concerned about how this minor variance would enable this residence to become a rooming house, and that the owners and landlords of this residence would not be capable of the upkeep required and would significantly affect our street and immediate community. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No. All right, Miss, thank you. All right, we have the applicant agent.
Through the chair, sorry, we have one more speaker
Thank
registered. We have Cindy Bowman.
Thanks very much.
Hello there. I am not Cindy Bowman, but I am in fact her husband, and my name is Alan Levine, and we live at number 247. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, thanks. So it's 247 on Seaton, yeah.
Thank you so much. And thanks for hearing me and my wife by extension. She's sorry that she can't be here. As briefly as possible, all I really wanted to do was echo Ms. Evans' comments that she made a moment ago. I could not support her comments more strongly, and certainly feel the exact same way that she does. If I may also say, we feel a little bit targeted along our street with the understanding that the safe injection site at the corner of Dundas and Sherbourne, and by extension, its effects, its presence one short block over to Seaton Street, makes us feel a little bit targeted along Seaton Street, and we do our best to maintain the appearance and upkeep of Seaton Street and our block, but these various social elements, the institutions seem to be particularly focused on Seaton Street, and we feel a little bit hard pressed by them, and with particular attention today to this particular variance discussion. That's all I really have to say, unless you've got any questions for me, but I believe that Miss Evans really expressed the details of our experience better even than I can, but I think that you get the idea. If you have any questions, of course, I'm keen to hear. Thank you so much.
Yes, thanks, sir. Are there any questions for Alan? No. Okay. All right, thank you, sir. All right, I think we have exhausted those speakers that we have. Thanks so much. All right, so we'll go back to the applicant, please.
Hi. I would like to thank you to my neighbors for their comments. I realize there are two major issues that they are facing. One of them is more like related to property management, and I can't agree with them on this, because during our rental, we rented this house, and we always maintain the house in up the most standard levels. I provided a few examples to committee in a letter on, hold on, let me check the letter name. I believe it's on July 12th. We show few examples where we attended City of Toronto's requests proactively and timely manner. One of the latest one was the graffiti removal from our garage, detached garage at the back. And once we received the request from City, we immediately painted the graffiti and removed it from our property. Another example, that during the rental, we had Electric Safety Authority inspections, and we satisfied all the deficiencies and received our ElecCheck certificate. And another one was the fire inspection, and they also had asked us to install interconnected fire alarms. For instance, we installed everything. We installed fire rated drywalls where it's necessary, and we made yearly fire checkups. So I don't see why residents think that we didn't do proper property management. And in addition, in the new regularity of rooming houses, City of Toronto requires landlords to provide detailed plans for their indoor and outdoor property management, pest control management, and waste control management. So to be able to get our license, we have to provide all those details to City of Toronto's approval first, which will ensure our property standards up to the most level. And also City of Toronto does regular inspections to rooming houses annually, or maybe every 6 months. I'm not sure yet. I think they're still working on those, and that will also ensure the compliance to those property standards. And moreover, I just would like to add, if any of our neighbors concerned about any property standards, they can always raise with us directly or call 311 to open a ticket, and we will take care of it immediately. That's all my answer. And sorry, just I want to add one more to the second comment for safe injection site, and I don't think it has anything to do with my minor variance request today. Like, this is more for a discussion at another platform at city level. Thank you.
All right, just in respect to that, I read all the correspondence, and is my conclusion is that you haven't been a good neighbor in terms of the looking after the property. That seems to come through from a lot of neighboring owners. Are you one of the owners on title?
Yes, I am.
All right. And how long have you owned the property?
Since 2017. 2017 February.
All right, thank you. Members, if you want to jump in there, or sorry, jump in. Any questions then for the applicant while we have her? No, saying none. Okay, thank you. I think we'll take this matter into committee. Members, we don't have any change of use or anything like that before us. We just have a building depth variance. Do you want to, somebody like to comment or move on that?
Oh, do you want to go? Thanks, Chair. A couple of initial observations. One, we only really have one variance before us, and it is for depth, and it is less than 17 meters, which is kind of the standard most places. So it's, I think this is more of a more historical zoning issue with respect to what is permitted. I would make the observation and thank everyone for writing in and calling in. I mean, these types of facilities, not surprisingly, do generate some concerns and some complaints, and we've heard those today. But I would make a couple of observations. One, looking at the floor plans of this proposal, I think will dramatically improve what is existing. I understand that there's going to be a kitchen. Every room is going to have washroom facilities, which is significantly better than what the existing structure had done. And I suspect, you know, people had been living in there in very substandard conditions. So this application, I think, will elevate this facility in a dramatic way, in an important way. So I see that as a positive. I see the variances as being relatively minor. The depth extension, as I said earlier, is really not a significant one. And most of the concerns that we're hearing from the surrounding community is about property management, is about how the upkeep and ensuring that appropriate services are provided and that there isn't a residual impact on the community. And one of the requirements from the city is to do a property maintenance and management plan. So that, I think, again, incrementally will be better than the current situation. And the city is now licensing these facilities. The city is now monitoring and inspecting these facilities. My own view would be that this proposal will significantly improve this structure over the existing condition. So I think it's a positive, and I appreciate that there are some concerns, but I think overall, going forward, this should be a positive impact on the neighborhood.
Anyone else? Yes.
I'd just like to concur, I think, with Mr. Clay, because in front of us, we just have the one variance, and that's all there is. And I, too, was looking at the plans and thinking, oh, every bedroom has its own bathroom compared to the previous current. So I think it is a substantially improved situation. So I think it's an acceptable, and the fact that the city will be monitoring,
licensing it,
I think that adds to the value of the change that will happen. So I think it's a supportable application.
Is that a motion?
I'm not quite sure how the change in the site plan would be, because it's not an amendment, is it? Or is it an amendment? I'm not sure how to word that piece.
I've forgotten that, but you had pointed out the site plan showed a variance number 2 and pointing to something.
Maybe Sabrina? Yeah, Sabrina for some advice?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the members are inclined to approve the application, you can tie the approval to the site plan, the revised site plan, as a condition.
I'm also thinking about maybe it's the converse. You know, we're usually saying that any other variance that's found that's not in the written decision is not authorized.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is our standard wording for that type of condition.
What do you think, Larry? Would that
So is there a revised site plan?
No, it's not a revised one. It's the existing one that's been presented.
Okay, are you comfortable with that site plan?
It's just that one error on it that instead of putting down variance number 1, they've got variance number 2. So
There's an error on the site plan.
It's an error on
So
the
we
site plan.
probably shouldn't tie it to the site plan then.
No, I wouldn't, because there's no variance number
Okay.
2.
But we're only really approving if we approve it, just the one variance. right
Variance
now.
number
So
1.
I think that's-
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry. The wording of the condition could say tied to site plan, referring to the depth of the dwelling.
Oh, so just speaking to the depth on the site plan.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's good. Yeah, I think that would work perfectly. Thank you. So I'd
Sir,
like to
please.
move approval of this application.
Yes?
And the wording would be as Sabrina's indicated, which I'm sure Nicole has jotted down accurately. Thank you.
All right, I second that motion. All right, all in favor? All right, that is approved. That variance is approved. That's number 4. Members of the panel and the public, I see it's coming up to 20 after 11, suggesting a 10-minute break unless that doesn't work for anyone. Maybe perhaps appropriate to take a comfort break now for 10 minutes, and then we'll get on to item number 5. I'll get up. Okay. Thank you. I was going to turn up my mic. All right, committee is coming back to proceed. So we are at item 5 of our agenda, 26 Westminster Avenue. Just going to call that up electronically. My cursors, I've been cursing the cursor because it's had some problems with it here. Get back to 5. No, what's this? Go ahead. Yeah, I guess I do. 16 going. Now I'm at 16. Okay. Jeez. Come on, guys. Okay.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Good for you.
Good to see. Good to see. Okay. 26 Westminster Avenue. Purpose of the application, everyone, to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition, a front 2nd and 3rd-story addition, a bay window, a rear 3-story addition, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a rear 3rd-story deck on the roof of the rear 2nd-story addition. There's a lot happening there, and this also requires 10 variances, it appears. So, all right, so still morning, sir? Okay, as agent or applicant for
Through the
this?
chair, can you please outline the materials list?
Yes, thank you. So again, the committee has the following material: plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an east elevation comparison from the agent, 3 photographs of trees. We have a tree protection plan. In terms of commenting agencies, we have email correspondence, from Metrolinx. It's really advisory, and also Metrolinx. There are a number of letters in support on various addresses on Westminster Avenue. And there are the total 16 form letters in support signed by owners of many on Westminster Avenue. There is correspondence in opposition from Stuart and Teresa Miller at 28 Westminster Avenue. And I'm just going to check and see if there was any supplementary on that. Yes, all right. Correspondence from David Davidson at 18 Western Avenue.
Through the chair, we have the agent here in person as well as a registered speaker in opposition.
All right. Okay, good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, I'm Andrew Trotter, agent designer.
Okay.
81 St. Claren's Avenue, Toronto. So.
Yeah, you better.
All the variances here, most of them are either existing or the result of an existing.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, can we turn on the speaker's microphone? Thank you.
Is it on now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
And even a little.
Usually people tell me to shut up, so it's okay.
Well, until I say that, maybe even a little louder if you could,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. All of the variances here,
lot of them, yeah.
except 2, 3, and 4, are all, they're directly related. They're either existing situations or they're directly related to existing situations in that this lot, if you look at the site plan, this lot has both of the property lines coming right down each side of the east and west, neighbor walls. So as we're building off of these existing situations, we're getting variances just because of the fact that this is existing. Now, as far as is that picture of the elevation that I sent in, can we put that up, please? I think it was maybe the east elevation, but yeah, that's right, yeah. So what I've done there is I've colored in the purple the existing house, and then I've colored in the orange the proposed. If you look at level 1 with the deck off the back on the right side, that is our 1 meter variance on building depth that we're asking for. We've tiered off the house as it comes up to the second floor, which does not have a variance on that. That is under the 17 meters. And the third floor is well under the 17 meter setback. So the only building depth at 1 meter, which is a minor variance, is level 1. If you look at the top left corner where the purple overlays the orange, that purple line is actually the top of the existing canopy right now, and that has been reduced with, again, setting back the dormers on the front, which actually increases light to the neighbor. And this was all the design. My clients were very eager to design the house with as much minimal impact as possible, and to also keep that existing front dormer and canopy is very much in line with the angular plane of the street. So when you're looking down, it fits in very nicely. There's other neighbors with very similar type fronts of houses and building heights. This is very common in this area to add the third floors. Now, if you look at the third floor itself, which is the variance number 2, the variance itself is only increasing the main wall height of 1.3 meters, which is just over 4 feet. The building height, we've stayed a meter under the allowable building height, which is 11 meters. It's not even listed as a variance of any kind. So again, as I've said with the owners, we were very interested in trying to make as minimal impact to this lot as possible. And because they are a young family with young children growing, and there's really no other way to increase the living space without going up, which is, again, very common in this area. And the actual allowable number 4 variance is 6 times the area, which is actually really 6.9 because the house is built before 1953. So at 1.31, we've gone, in a very regular. I do a lot of committee in this area, and 1.31 is minor for this neighborhood as far as the floor space index goes. And the rest of the variances I mentioned were, as I say, a result of existing situations, eaves coming off of the back end of the house already in that situation. So really 2, 3, and 4 are issues, and I believe they're minor and they meet the 4 tests. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beck. All right, we'll have the speaker next, please. Hi there, good morning, and thanks for coming in person.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee. My name is Stuart Miller. I am with my wife, Teresa Miller, and we live at 28 Westminster Avenue, which is the other half of this semi-detached house on 26. You have received my letter in opposition, our letter in opposition, so you know our concerns, and I appreciate that there are letters in support. Some of those letters are form letters, and but none of those letters live at number 28, which is the house which is most affected by this. Okay. So it's rather, shall we say, simpler to sign a letter of support or opposition for that matter if you are not in the house directly impacted. I won't go through the details of the impacts that we will have on our house, other than to say that, Yes, light will be impacted. I appreciate the comments made by the agent of them saying that they have thoughtfully tried to do a design that will have less of an impact on our home. But regardless, there's still an impact. It won't be an insignificant one. And I'm also concerned about the possible depreciation of the value of our house. Number 30 to our west is a much bigger home, 3 stories, and then we'd have number 26, a 3-story home to our east, both of which our house would be sandwiched in between 2 rather large houses. But having said all that, I also understand the work of the Committee of the Adjustment and your mandate and the ways that the manner in which you make your decisions and why you make your decisions. I'm not going to talk to the specific variances. I'm not technically adept at doing that. I don't understand them completely. And I suspect that the Committee of Adjustments and trust the Committee of Adjustments are the ones who deal with the variances. We're only really talking about the impact. So I do believe and appreciate that this is likely to go forward, and that the owners of 26, who I believe we have a good relationship with, and I would like to think that they would say the same, will go forward regardless of signing the party wall agreement or not. At this time, we're not prepared to sign the party wall agreement because we're not quite sure of the impact on our home. We're concerned about the light, and any kind of extra space that we can get is is what we would do. We readily signed the party wall agreement when they underpinned their basement. There was no questions, no opposition, no concerns. It was something they wanted to do, and we saw no need to object to that. Absolutely no need to object to it. So I do understand that this is going forward, likely. What we're asking for is probably a deferral. I also know that Committee of Adjustments deferrals are not easy to get. We need time because we believe now that the most prudent course of action for us is to do an addition ourselves at the same time, not perhaps to the same complexity or to the same degree as to what they're doing, but to do the work together and put a 3rd floor addition on both our houses at the same time. We have not had the opportunity to look at that or investigate it. We first found out that this was going forward on June 3rd, and we went to Europe about a week later and returned about a week ago. So we have not had any opportunity to do the work that they have done, design work, zoning, variance changes, or any of those things. I have had a brief conversation with the owner. He said he's, because they're now in Europe, prepared to talk when he comes back. And we sent an email, and they said they'd be happy to have a conversation with us. So at this point, they seem amenable or receptive to having a conversation about doing it jointly. For us, it seems the most prudent course of action in terms of the value of our home, the light coming within our home, and to me, it's about efficiencies. I cannot speak for them, and I will not attempt to speak for them, but from an outsider or my most objective point of view, it would appear that it would be advantageous to them as well to do it together because the construction may be more complex, may take longer, and they would have a diminished space. Thank you.
All right, sir, yeah, you're not sort of challenging specifically any particular variance?
No.
No, yeah, okay, thanks very much. All right, get Mr. Trotter back, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And I also live in a semi-detached, so I understand these things are sensitive, and we had a very amicable conversation out in there. I think really the heart of this disagreement is really construction related. I think that it'd be pretty hard to argue the light issues. I mean, we've really kept the addition quite tight. But I think in this situation, speaking to the neighbor, Stuart, right now, I feel that there has been correspondence about this between the neighbors. The objection letter and his statement now does support construction to both houses. They wish to have time to have it done to theirs too. I think at this situation right now, I think the neighbors at 26 are kind of very nervous about the situation, about this possibly not going through. And I think if this did go through the committee, I think they would feel quite a sense of relief. And perhaps we could open a new dialogue on them getting the construction done to their place. I don't think the party wall agreement really has any impact in this situation. And that is a construction-related issue. So I think it'd be great if the committee saw a positive way through this and found this to be acceptable, and we work on this further after the fact with the neighbors to help myself as a designer. I could perhaps help you guys come up with a good plan. And also, because of my construction background, I can also help you find ways to build it cheaper too. So I've built for 28 years, so I'd be happy to work with them, even free consultation. So I think that might help support the situation, so.
All right, thank you. And it's, just to summarize, and you said that like a number of these variances are existing. So is it 3, 4, and 5, which are
2, 3, and 4.
2, 3, and 4
are to me the impact variances on this application.
Okay.
Which I see as,
FSI is going up. Do you want to address that? Say anything about that? Number 4.
Number 4, yeah, the FSI will increase, and obviously the FSI already, the drawing, it's likely over 0.6 anyways, or 0.9. I believe it is in the 0.8 somewhere, or more. But the FSI is going to increase. Obviously, if you're trying to create more gross floor area for your family, you're gonna increase the FSI. It's common in this area to build a 3rd floor to increase the FSI. Yeah. And like I said, in doing so, we've tried to tier everything off and make it as little impact as possible. Is there any other questions?
Not from me, but members, any questions for Mr. Trotter? No? All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, members, any comments or issues you want to raise? Yes, Larry.
Happy to start, Chair.
Sure.
Others may want to weigh in.
Yeah.
First of all, I think it's great that we had an opportunity to discuss this, and I think in any situation where you've got semis, it's great when the two property owners can come together and do something jointly. I think that makes infinite sense. So I commend you for sort of looking at that as an option going forward. I actually think that if these variances were to go ahead, it would grease the wheels for anything that you guys might want to do forward, right? I mean, if they get an approval for these variances, it's pretty straightforward that you would be in a situation if you needed the similar variances, you'd probably get them. I'm not sure how this process goes forward, but I think that's a viable and reasonable approach. To the variances themselves, they are very relatively minor. A lot of them are existing conditions. I was concerned initially about the front yard landscaping, but it's another one of the situations where the property line is very close to the porch, and the amount of front yard landscaping is quite limited by both the porch and the walkway. And I note that the municipal boulevard is pretty much green already, right? So there's a fair amount of landscaping there. And, you know, the depth and height variances are relatively moderate. I agree with the agent in Roncy. These are fairly common types of additions and renovations to homes. So, you know, I appreciate the request for deferral, but I'm not sure that is necessary in this case. I think the variances, in my view, could reasonably go forward, and anything that's being done on the other side could catch up. And in fact, I think, as I said earlier, would be easier to get through the process if your neighbor already has those variances. So I think it's a supportable application.
Yes, there's a seconder then.
I didn't make a motion, but I'm happy to make a motion if
Please
you
do.
like.
Yep.
Sorry, Chair.
Did you want to say something, Zahir?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, and I don't know if it's
Sorry, Zahir.
reasonable to ask the agent about I should have thought about it earlier. There is a third floor rear deck. And I was just wondering if there's any overlook issues that could arise, so maybe privacy screening. And there's the ground floor deck, which I don't know how far above the grade the deck is, so that may require some privacy screening. And I'm just wondering if might
It looks like from the elevation, side elevation, it looks like it's already screened.
It's
but
already screened.
It looks like it, but I'm sure we could go to committee and ask
Yeah, I
them.
agree. Sir, we're just coming out of committee for a moment, the applicant. So just a, yeah, okay, just a concern expressed, and we just want to see that it's covered off. So there's proposed a rear third-story deck. And we're just wondering about overlook, that sort of thing. Is there any screening in place or any?
We can add that, the 5-foot privacy screen. Another thing I forgot to mention is, although the front yard soft landscaping is existing, we have not altered it. They do want to make an alteration that would increase the soft landscaping to 60%.
Oh, so you want to amend your
Yeah,
variance?
that one, I forgot to mention that, yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would increase by almost 10%, so.
So which, sorry, let's just,
I think that's the last,
Variance 10?
yeah.
so you want to go from 53 to what?
60.
And do you have the square meterage of that?
I don't, but it'd probably be around 5.
We have to put something in, so you're bound by whatever we put in.
Just can you give me one sec? It's what it says for, you're right, I should have been prepared for that, I apologize. So, so that is 4.82 meters.
Wow.
Well, why don't we say that we can increase it to 5.5 m squared?
You're so close.
Okay? That 5.5 m squared, we can increase that.
Okay, so you're amending number 10 to be 60% and 5.5 square meters?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
All right.
privacy screening on the third floor,
And
Yeah.
privacy screen on the floor.
east and west side?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Both
It-
sides are fine.
And the rear ground floor deck, is that a raised deck?
It's
as well?
only, it comes off the first level, so would you like privacy screening on the west side? Of course. Okay, they would like it. We'll put it.
On the west side.
We'll put it on the west side.
Thank
All right?
you.
All right.
That's great, real-time negotiation. All right, then, does anyone have any?
Please,
I'm
yep.
happy to move a motion,
Okay,
Chair.
good.
I think, for the
Yep.
reasons we talked about, I think it's a supportable application. I'll move approval subject to forestry condition number 1, the amended application with variance number 10 amended. Nicole, do you have the numbers? You have numbers, okay. And also that the third floor rear deck have privacy screening on both the east and west sides, and as well as the main floor deck have privacy screening on the east and west sides?
On the west side.
Just the west?
Just the west.
You don't care about the east neighbor? Okay.
All right, there's a second to
All
that
right.
motion.
I'll
Is there
second.
here?
Just the west. Just the west. Yeah.
All right,
right.
seconded by Zahir, all right. All in favor of that motion then, the variances as amended? Right. Okay. All right, sir, the approval as slightly amended is through. Thank you. Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck, yeah. The next item, number 6, we deferred. So we move on to item 7, 301 Delaware Avenue, and I'll just get my stuff on that. All right. All right. Just gotta call that up. All right, members and the public, 301 Delaware Avenue. What's the purpose of the application? It's to permit an existing rear third-story addition which was constructed without an authorized building permit. And it appears that just one variance dealing with additions. The altered dwelling has a floor space index equal to 0.94 times the area of the lot. All right.
Through the chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers to this item.
All right. Yes, I'll just introduce just what the committee has before us. And so we got a copy of plan, a survey, a site plan, floor plans and elevations, 2 photographs of trees, presentation materials from Elizabeth Stayer. Is that you?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And correspondence from several people and a number of form letters in support from people, different addresses on Delaware Avenue. Yes. So could you please give us your name and address and you can make the comments? Yeah.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Stair. Can you hear me with the mask on?
Yes, maybe just a little louder if you can.
Okay.
Yep.
I am the co-owner of 301 Delaware Avenue and I reside there.
Thank you.
Shall I go through my presentation?
Sure. I understand there are no speakers, so make it concise. How's that?
Yes, I will. The application is requesting that the committee permit the existing rear third-story addition, which was constructed without an authorized building permit 27 years ago in 1997.
Oh, wow.
The addition is a 12.58 square meter room. Measured in feet, it is 9 feet by 15 feet. The maximum floor space index permitted for rear additions to houses built before 1953 in our zone is 69%, whereas the floor space index of our house with the addition is 94%. But it should be noted that prior to us taking ownership of the house, it had a building permit approved in July 1984. That permit approved renovations that increased the property's permitted floor space index to 88.4%. And that's in the documents that have been submitted here. So as a result, the 1997 addition being reviewed today represents only a small increase to the already approved floor space index from 88.4% to 94%. The new room is relatively small and located at the back of the third floor. It does not exceed the footprint of the second floor beneath it. Like the second floor, it is set back 15 feet from the extent of the rear wall of the ground floor level. And you can see that if you look at the plan. The new room, the addition has not negatively affected our neighbors. It does not block light to the attached house to our north, since it is the same depth as the pre-existing identical structure on our common wall neighbor's property. The addition also does not affect privacy, which is evident in the number of letters of support, including our immediate neighbors to the north, south, and the house on Concord Avenue directly behind ours. The addition is consistent in appearance with neighboring properties. As noted above, our neighbors immediately to the north have a similarly sized addition. Several other properties on the street and in the neighborhood have previously been approved for floor space indexes equal to or greater than what we are requesting. For example, 271 Delaware Avenue was approved for a floor space index of 1.02, and 297 Delaware Avenue, 2 properties to the south, recently had an application approved with floor space index of 1.0. A list of properties within the same zone type and local area, so within a kilometers as the crow flies from our house, has been provided as part of the supporting evidence. As this was a 9-foot addition on the 3rd floor only, the footprint of the house was not changed, and therefore there was no effect for drainage, soft landscaping, or trees. Given the above, the variance should be considered minor in nature. It is an appropriate use of the site and is in keeping with the adjacent houses and other houses on the street. It is therefore consistent with the general intent of the city's zoning bylaw and official plan. It has been there for 27 years, caused no trouble for neighbors, and is consistent in appearance and dimensions with other properties in the area. We would like to proceed with getting a building permit, subject to your approval, so that we can come into conformity with the city's requirements. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
This seems like a no-brainer to me. My question is, why is this before us? Like, did someone call you out, or did you have other work?
I offended a new neighbor.
Say again?
I offended a new neighbor down the street.
And they knew that this was
They had
27 years ago, was built
They had
without a permit?
their agent do a search of all people who had
Wow.
offended
on.
them, and as a result, but I don't actually resent or mind it. It was a dumb thing not to get the permit at the time. I just was ignorant of the process, and.
So you were the owner 27 years
Yes,
ago?
it was me. I'm not
Okay.
going to pretend it was somebody else.
Oh, okay, well, you could have lied to us. We probably wouldn't
I
believe
know.
you, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for a good presentation. Yes, I think if there's any impact, we'd know about it by now, right?
I think so. I think there would be more impact if it changed.
Anything for other members? Otherwise, we're going to take it into committee then. All right. Zahir, do you want to kick us off on this one?
Sure,
Yes.
thank you, Chair. Give me the easy
Thank
one.
you.
I think this is an absolute, as my colleague, Mr. Clay, had just indicated, this is a no-brainer. So I'd like to move approval without, I don't believe there are any conditions at all,
No.
not even forestry, so.
No forestry, I see, yeah.
Yep.
All right, yes. Ms. Ellis? You'll second that, very good. All in favor? All right, Ms. Nader, you have your approval. Thank you. Good luck with future endeavors there. Thank you. Okay.
And don't do it again.
All right, if we can turn the page. Boy, this is on the agenda. Hooray. Hooray, hooray. Moving on then to agenda item number 390 St. Claren's Avenue, And I'm just going to, again, just call that up and open it. And I'll just, yeah, good. All right, just a second, get this. Thanks, folks, just keying this up. So, with respect to 390 St. Claren's Avenue, here's the purpose of the application. Sorry. Just let people get settled here, just as needed. Okay, all right. So the purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition, a rear two-story addition with a first-story deck, and a third-story deck, and a front second-story deck. The dwelling will have 2 residential units on this lot. And number of variances, 4 variances are requested, and I'm just going to take a look at what material has been submitted to the city then. And, Clarence? Nothing seems to want to open today. Yes. All right, again on St. Clarence then, so we have a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, one photograph of a neighboring property, an email correspondence between a George Squire and Mr. Trotter as agents back before us. Okay. Arborist report, application to injure or move tree, so sounds like the application has been made already. Metrolinx, I think just advisory, and finally we have correspondence and concerns from Catherine Cates of 390. This reminds me, I wanted to speak to that matter. All right, Mr. Trotter, you're up again. There's quite a bit going on here, but you're seeking 4 variances.
Through the chair, so we have the agent here in person, and we also have registered speaker here in person.
Thank you.
Andrew Trotter,
Yeah.
again, 81 St. Claren's Avenue, Asian designer. So this application, I think I have a photo on the supporting documents.
Okay, that'd be helpful.
Let's see. Yeah, if you can bring that one up. Yeah. So this is the neighbor to the south. This is, can you just bring down a little further and show the dormer?
The white one there?
No,
Sorry.
yeah, the white one, yeah. And to the right is the subject property.
I see, okay, yep.
This is identically what we're doing by chance. But I don't know the designer next to that or the contractor, but this is like exactly what we're doing with a 2-story addition off the back. And we're proposing a front porch a deck on the second floor over the front porch, which is not uncommon on that street at Lansdowne and Bloor. There's quite a few second-story decks in that area, and that's it. I don't really, I don't think under the circumstances. I don't think any of this is out of context or, I think it meets the 4 tests and is desirable for the neighborhood.
All right, Starter, any questions? Yes.
Just a quick one. I'm sure you're aware that there's a Metrolinx condition, not an advisory note.
Yes, Metrolinx hasn't had a problem. And TTC actually had asked us about where we were digging, and there hasn't been an issue with that. So I believe what the statements were with Metrolinx that although it was in the regulated area, this was not an issue. I believe that was the reply. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Nicole, are we considering the environmental easements anymore, or we're not doing the environmental easements? That's right.
Good, I agree with that too, good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we're not considering the environmental easements, just the warning clauses imposed by Metrolinx. The City of Toronto is working with Metrolinx to devise a plan on the environmental easement.
Thank you, Sabrina. I apologize for not asking you directly.
No worries.
We'd like to keep you in the loop. All right, any specific variants that anyone wants to speak to here? I'm not seeing any. All right, sir. We'll hear from the speaker that is registered for this. This is.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
I'm Robert Paveo. This is my mother, Grinwalda Paveo. I'll be speaking on her behalf, and she is the owner of 392 St. Clarence Avenue, just the north of the 390, the house in question.
Yeah, okay.
And we just had a few concerns, so we're not opposed to them building the extension or building up. We did notice, though, that he did show a picture of the front of the house, which is fine, but our concerns are more the rear of the house.
Yes.
So they're going fairly far back and fairly high, and I believe that shows in the variances that they're going higher than they should. And they're also wanting to go right to the property line with no tolerance at all. So my concerns to that is that setback to the rear property line. There's a large corridor in the rear of our house, about 20 feet long, I would say. And that was designed that way to let light into our home. That's where all our windows are. They're all on that, the south-facing wall in the rear of the house that's now going to be completely covered up. So, yeah, they're wanting to go right to the property line.
What's that architectural feature that you referred to?
In the rear of the house?
Yeah.
You'll see that our property, our home, it juts in about 30 inches away from the property line for the last 20 feet of the house or so. So the front of the houses are pretty much almost attached, and then in the rear, it opens up on my side. And the reason is the windows are all in there. There's 5 windows on that side of the house that let light into the center of the home, all the rooms in the center of the home. So that is a great concern to us because we're going to lose all our light with the house going as high as it is and as far back as it is, and also right to the property line. Going to the property line also has us a little concerned, I guess, about our foundation. Is it safe to dig 30 inches away from our foundation wall, excavating there? How much of that would also encroach on our side? I'm assuming they'll have to over-excavate onto my property in order to lay out that foundation wall in the rear. So these are our concerns. I mean, I'm not an architect by any means. I'm not an engineer, but those are our concerns, is mostly the light. It's going to kill all our light on that side.
Yeah.
And how it affects our property, I guess, when they're digging. As far as I can see, there is supposed to be a 0.45 meter setback from the property line, so they're asking to go right to the property line. I spoke to the homeowner and I asked if there's any way they can work on the design a little bit. I'm willing to compromise, and he mentioned that maybe they can build a stairwell there that they wanted to do for the basement, and then set it back off the property line a little bit more, which would allow the light to access our windows on that side. Our windows, unfortunately, they're not just on the side. They're pretty much to the center where his wall is now ending. So they'll be very set back. We'll be in the dark there for sure. The other concern was water. If he's right on the property line, and like I said, that's only a 30-inch wide corridor. That's like 20 feet long. The water has nowhere to go but back to the backyard, and I'm concerned if they don't take care of their east troughs and whatnot, and water does have runoff onto our side, that's going to be a bit of a concern as well. So basically what we're asking is if he could set it back from the property line a bit would help. And if the height was a little lower, I think it would allow some more light into that corridor for our windows. And that would be all. I just hope that you would consider our concerns when you're making your decision. And I thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for attending. Yep. We hear those, and we'll be speaking to
So you said you've had discussions with the homeowner about that as an option?
I
and
did.
What was their response?
Coincidentally, I just had it yesterday with the flooding. He had some flooding next door, and so he was there. And his response was he was willing to build differently. So
Right.
basically build a stairwell going down on that side and setting the house back to allow the light to hit my windows.
Okay.
So, I mean, if he's
Well,
willing to do that.
We'll hear from the agent whether
Yeah,
that's
I'm
an
not
option.
sure, yeah, if you communicated that, but that's what he told me yesterday.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Just a quick question.
Mr. Carter, yes, come back, please.
No, it's okay. Just, no, maybe everyone, are you located on the north side of the building?
Yes.
Are you on the north side?
I'm on the north.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, actually, we're not here for a variance on the rear addition. We're here for a variance on the third floor addition. And that's not part of our application, the things that he speaks to. And the,
You've got height of main walls and.
So I
Well,
thought
the
you-
height of the
real
main
concern
You got a
walls.
about light.
setback? I thought you had a setback.
No, if an addition comes off the back of the house, there's no variance on that. It keeps the same setbacks as the house. It's when you do the third floor above, that's when the variances, I believe, yeah, platforms, the only,
So you've got the rear, so variance number 3. So again, I'm just trying to clarify here.
it's third story. It says third story will be located 0 meters. It's not the second, it's not, level 1 and level 2 do not have height variances, they do not have setback variances, and they do not have building depth variances. There's nothing illegal about our application. Not illegal, but there's nothing that can be opposed. I haven't heard about this setback from the owner. He did not contact me about this conversation. He certainly had time to. As you know, my previous application today, we're always open to discussion. Truthfully, coming here, I felt a lot more concerned about the opposition letter that the lady wrote in about losing her place to live. And if I can just address that, I know it's not part of what we've been talking about.
I wanted to address it too, but
Yeah.
again, it's outside the kind of the planning issue, but I wanted to speak to it. Okay.
Yeah, and because it concerns me too. I'm a housing advocate, and this is not a fun part of my business when people complain about losing their home. I take that seriously.
Well, very quickly, can construction take place and with the tenant in there, can that be done?
The problem with this house is the guy that bought it, he bought it with illegal apartments. They're not legal. So for him to get a building permit, he has to come clean. And to come clean with 3 units is an incredible expense. It involves so much fire safety that the job becomes prohibitive for some people financially. So all I can say to that issue is the one thing I have talked to the owner about is making sure that this one apartment that's provided, that there's a way that we can get this woman with her child into that one unit, because they're the only renters that have made this complaint. So it's unfortunate that there's all kinds of these houses in Toronto that are even listed, and I don't know why the real estate board doesn't change this. They list these houses as 3-unit apartments when they're not legal, and then people buy them and they're forced to spend sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring these things up to standards. And the reality is, as soon as you enter the permit system, you are in the arena, and you've got to either switch to a 2-unit or pay the extra fire safety and egress and separation and fire-rated plumbing, and it's endless to make it a legal 3-unit house. So this is the problem with my neighbor, with my client now. I definitely would. I'm in talking to him. Hopefully, we can work something out with this tenant to keep her housed. And I don't. And he is a nice guy. I don't see that he would try to make it difficult. As far as the things that the neighbors spoke to. The water issues, building now, if we have engineering has an angle of repose, we would have to install shoring before the excavation started. That would absolutely protect your house. If, however, we were digging, I know this is, this change is hard. It's hard, it's downtown Toronto. People don't like losing light. But I can offer one thing to you, that because this 2-story addition, we're not at the Committee of Adjustments for this 2-story addition. So that could happen whether we're here or not. But I could tell you this, I don't think that if we dug down, I don't think we're underpinning, so likely our basements will be the same height. We could provide waterproofing and dig instead of doing the shoring, and I guarantee that I could get the homeowner to pay for that on your wall because he would save enough on not shoring. So there's some caveats that we could probably work out where you may be able to get some work done to your place free of charge to save the money on the shoring.
Yes, okay, just a question.
Yeah.
Yes, I was going to
Yeah.
ask you something, as a matter of
Yeah.
fact, Doug. Go ahead, yeah.
Sorry, I just had a quick question. So was there a rental housing declaration as part of the application? I think that's required.
A rental housing declaration, you know, I know that the city's changing all the time. I've only done declaration of use when people are not going to, they're gonna say they're not gonna have an apartment. So I believe we're applying for a 2-unit here, so I would say the declaration would not be part of this application. I haven't been asked to sign one or have my homeowner sign one. I might be wrong about that because the forms are changing quite a bit. But to me, the declaration is usually used in the situation where they are saying that they will not have an apartment. Maybe they want a bar sink in the basement. They want something for like a, you know, like a little bar in the basement, and people are, you know, the city's worried that sink could turn into a fridge and a stove and a bedroom, blah, blah, blah. I haven't heard of this declaration
Perhaps
for.
I have a question just in
Sure.
follow-up to Deputy Secretary. Am I not correct in understanding that there's a rental housing submission requirement that applies when the existing property contains rental dwelling units, and that the application must include a rental housing declaration, use and screening form, and that sometimes that will cause certain discussions to happen with the city, you know, about potential tenant relocation and all those types of things?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, but it depends on the number of units.
Okay. Okay. So we heard this is a 3-unit. Is that something that applies?
It's, through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it's 4 or more.
Okay. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, this would have been flagged at the time that the application was submitted.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Just ask you to hold for a moment. I just want to go to Doug from, actually, is there, does the person have a lease, do you know, if does the tenant have a lease?
The tenant, the
Like a
tenant
written-
with
a
the
written lease?
objection?
Yeah.
I haven't talked to her. I just got back from sailing in the North Atlantic, so I'm kind of like trying to just kind of
Okay.
get my bearings here. But I would be happy to find that. One way or the other, we're going to work with her. I mean, with the homeowner is going to, you know, I'm in discussions with the homeowner for sure.
Great, Scott. Doug, would the Residential Tenancies Act be, it would be applicable here? I mean, they're sort of describing it as illegal, but I mean, there's a tenancy there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Does,
So basically,
Yep.
what would happen in the Residential Tenancies Act would be, regardless of what order we make, the landlord's still required to follow the landlord's
Sure,
board process,
sure.
give a notice of termination.
Right.
The board may or may not
Right,
ever grant
yeah.
it. And so it depends on all the facts.
But something you might carry back to the owner then. I mean, there are landlord and tenant requirements, and we'd like to see those done. You know, if it's a question of giving notice to terminate, then you better like comply with that act. But yeah, just on a human scale, she was a young woman with several young kids who were just in a new school district.
I'm very sympathetic.
Yeah, so,
Yes,
all right.
absolutely.
All right, now, getting back, and I'm sorry in the merits, and maybe the other members can help me. So setback and lights, you know, so it seems that what you're doing, though, is going to affect the light of your next door neighbor there quite a bit. What can you do about that?
Well, like I said, what's affecting their light is not a variance. We're not here. It's not a bylaw problem. Like, unfortunately, without us coming to the Committee of Adjustments, we could build that without that. We could just go straight to permit for that. It's not a bylaw issue. The bylaw issue is a 3rd floor, which I don't believe is in the location of it's set back. The 3rd floor is set back, so I don't believe that's in a location where that's going to be affecting much light. Not to mention the fact that we have the angled roof on the one side, and you know, as I said, it's exactly the same thing next door. The first picture I showed, so we could maybe the rear main wall of the 3rd floor we could. I don't even know what to do there, because we have that deck that's coming over the second floor, so I don't see how that, it's the second floor and the first floor that's blocking the light. That two-story rear addition, that's blocking their light, but it's not part of the application. The third floor is really not blocking their light. Well, I wouldn't say very much. And it's still, even that is still minor. I mean, it's the same things happening right next door. But your biggest, if you look at the site plan, the biggest light problem is your, now that site plan is not showing where the third floor is. Do you have the third floor on? I mean, if we're gonna do anything, maybe we could set back the third floor main wall a bit. Let's see. Yeah, third floor plan, yeah.
So without belaboring this, but I'm just looking at variance again. Variance number 3.
Yeah.
Basically says, you said the third story isn't what the issue is, but that's where you're seeking the variance. You're on the lot line on the third floor.
The minimum required, yeah, the third floor is a variance, but not the first and the second floor.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Although the third floor is stacked on the first and second.
Well,
right?
it's set back with the deck, right? Where's, like, you can
It
see.
doesn't say, it's not set back though.
Yeah, well, if you look there, you just showed the picture, the third floor in the back.
So you mean the rear part is set
The
back?
rear
but
part-
I'm thinking the side yard setback. You're on the
Yeah.
line. I think that's.
Well, you've got to build on the main walls, right? So,
Right.
I mean, and then if you look at the third floor, the deck is set back, creates a setback on the main wall.
Right.
So, like, if, but
Okay,
like I say.
that's fine.
yeah.
I think we understand it.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions for the agent?
No, if I may, Chair, I think my understanding would be, and I think Agent Bell concurs, that the first and second floors at the back, you could build that as of right. So,
Sounds like I see, yeah.
and unless, there's some altruistic intent on the part of the owner, that may not change from what I can see. So really, you're looking at the third floor, as you pointed out. So I suppose our dilemma is that on the one hand, the neighbors has a concern that we can't intervene in a sense because there's an as of right applicable in this particular case. The only other thing I was going to mention was the screening of the rear third floor deck for privacy issues, but outside of that, I think we've got a bit of a impasse as far as the request from the neighbor is concerned.
So, Turner, you heard that about the third floor and screening that Mr.
We're
Bryan
good.
has?
Listen, can I add something? I'm sure I could talk my client into moving that main wall of the third floor back 10 feet. And I know that that might help your situation. I can't tell you how that's going to change the GFA right now or the FSI. But if there was a way to incorporate that, if you want, maybe there's a quick way to do the math. But I feel if like that might help a little, and I don't think that would hurt his design.
So do you want to check on, I'm just thinking that should we defer you and you'll come back with amended proposal?
So can we, you're proposing to do on the third floor?
The main wall
Right.
of the third floor
Right.
would, so instead of it coming where it is now, we push it further east so that it's not as cavernous for the neighbors, It would still be it'd still be the two stories, but it would help increase light earlier
So
in
you're
the
just not
day.
extending that third story back as far as you're currently proposing?
I would move it back. I would push it back 10 feet, yeah.
I don't know if you've got a variance with respect to that. I think that's the
No.
challenge we got. I mean, that's
Yeah.
outside of
There
our.
is no variance
Yeah,
on
it's outside
that.
of our purview, so if you do
Okay, you know
something like
what?
that, it's up to you to.
Oh, yeah, it's not a variance, that's
Right.
right, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so let's just leave it, and I'll give you my word that we'll do that, okay? I will, as a gentleman, provide that to the homeowner, and they will go for that, that's okay, yeah. He's good, this guy's good, he's good. I'm lucky I've had good clients, so anyways, not all the time, but anyways.
And sorry, all right, and so earlier, so I understand. Do we need to vary any of the
No,
variances?
all the
What
variances
he's
are
gonna
gonna
do?
stay the same.
Okay.
But I
Right.
think the agent has indicated that they will, reconsider how far they're gonna extend the third floor back.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll push it back.
All right, does someone then like to bring a motion, put forward a motion then on the
We're in
variances
committee?
there? Yeah, yes, we're back in committee. So thank you, Mr. Carter, we're back in committee, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to at least, I think, put in the minutes that that the owner will do whatever they can in terms of the existing tenant staying. You know? May
For
not
the
count for
record?
much, but I'd like to put something in there along the lines.
Sabrina, can we do an for the record statement to that effect?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we can add it to the minutes for the record.
Yeah, it's probably more palatable to you than me trying to design a condition and condition might not be appropriate, so, okay, sorry. Does anyone want to move on the variances?
I just have a short comment that I'm not sure that we talked about exactly, but just with the idea that there's sort of an as-of-right first and second floor that's okay. I'm not sure it's exactly true, because there is a second-story deck that comes out and that does require variance, that's 4. So it's kind of, I guess, on the second floor.
That's the front.
Oh, that's the front. Retract. So, no comment, thanks.
Why don't you move a motion while you got the.
All right. Yeah, so in that case, being wrong at reading the plans that way, overall, I do think the particular variances requested are minor, and I feel that that's the case because, let me just check my notes that I wrote before. I feel like there's a little bit of an ask in terms of height, but the property itself isn't maximizing depth, so I don't think it's really an overbuild on the property. With respect to the tenant, I understand the concerns raised there, but I don't think they have to do with the variance.
Right.
And I'm not sure if the tenant participated in the video conference, but for that tenant's benefit, there's a landlord-tenant board process that has to be followed, so I think they should take some comfort in that. And it does sound, just on the Planning Act considerations, I believe it's minor, so I'd move to approve with that comment in the notes, or for the record that we just previously spoke about. And the forestry condition is?
Number 2.
Number 2,
Number
is
2.
it? Yeah.
And
I don't think the Metrolinx.
Through the chair, there is a warning clause from Metrolinx for the purchase and sale agreement, should you wish to impose it.
I believe that has to be registered on title, is that right?
That's the easement,
Oh, we're not
yeah.
doing the easement? I don't know. I tend not
Through
to-
you, Mr. Chair, it would be the warning clause condition for Metrolinx.
Yeah, I'll move with the warning clause then. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what about the rear third-story deck? Is there going to be screening?
No, it's outside.
And that's right, with the south side privacy screening.
you've got that? Yes.
Yeah, I'll second that motion,
All right,
Chair.
thank you very much, Zahir. All right, all in favor then? And could the minutes reflect that the committee has concern for an existing tenant there and reminds the owner to proceed under the Residential Tenancies Act and do whatever can be done to accommodate the person who has written into committee. Sorry, a little long, but Deputy Secretary Treasurer, who is virtual.
Yes,
Can I-
through you, Mr. Chair, we've noted that in the minutes.
All right, thanks so much. Okay then, all right, did we vote on that one? Did we vote? Okay, all right.
Yes,
All
yes,
right,
we
all
do
right.
have a final vote of approval, subject to the conditions. The motion was made by Mr. Wilkins, second by Member Byatt.
Correct. Thank you very much for that help. All right, folks, we have 17 items for our morning thing, and we're on getting to number 9. We'll see what we can do. Moving to item 9, 114 Benson Avenue. Let me call that up, and I'll also see what materials we have. All right, number 9. Benson. All right, get that to get that up. All right, relative to 390 St. Claren's Avenue, then, here's the purpose: to alter the existing two-story. I'm sorry, you're quite right, Benson, yep, you're right, that's, all right. Called up the wrong one, all right, thank you. Thank you. 114 Benson, I'm standard corrected. Purpose of the applicant is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by enclosing the front porch into habitable space. There are 3 variances requested, and I'll just mention materials that have come into committee. The committee has a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 2 photographs of the subject property, and we have correspondence in support from 3 people, all of them at other addresses on Benson Avenue. And I'll just check supplementary. Okay, that's it, nothing further on that. All right then, could the applicant or agent then for this matter at 114 Benson Avenue come to the fore, please, and identify yourself and address, and we'll hear more about the front porch. Yeah.
Through the chair, we have the agent online, and there are no registered speakers for this item.
Good, all right. Yes, would the agent just identify himself or herself, please?
Hello, this is Chris Rogers. I'm the agent on behalf of the property owner at Benson Avenue.
Thank you. So the applicant here wants to enclose a front porch for habitable space. And,
Chair, I can't speak for my colleagues. I don't really need a presentation on this one. I don't know what you guys think.
Thank you. All right, sir, do I ask you to then stand by? We're taking this into committee. It's a modest application. Any comment?
I'm happy to move a motion.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a very modest porch enclosure. It's very difficult to see any kind of adverse impact. The size is minor. All of the impacts, if any, will be less than minor. So I think we should approve. I'm just trying to recall if there is any conditions. So without conditions.
There's no forestry. Okay.
That would be my motion to approve then without conditions.
Well, I think you started by saying you wouldn't make the move, but I think you should put forward the motion. You've outlined it well, Doug.
And I'll second it.
Put it out there and we'll look for a seconder. And here we have one already, and the Villas. Okay. All right, Dennis, yes, you.
Yes, I second it.
Okay, all right. All in favor then? All right, sir, Chris, you have your approval. The variances are granted. All right, moving to number 10, 48 Thornhill Ave, and let me just get this up here. It's jumping to, let's just saw that one. Okay, sorry. Yeah, just like, I guess. Okay, sorry guys, technically a little difficulty, but we're here. 48 Thornhill Avenue. Purpose of the application then, just going to blow that up, is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a front ground floor addition, a porch enclosure, and a new front porch with stairs. The existing front porch stairs will be demolished. 3 variances are requested. Doesn't seem then to be a huge application. Yes, do we have, we've got the agent or applicant online?
Through the chair, we have the agent online, and there's no registered speakers for this item.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Achimowicz. I'm the architect and the agent for this project. We're located at 1185 Queensway East in Mississauga, and I'm here to speak on behalf of this application.
Okay, just thank you. Members, is there a need for discussion on this one? All right. No presentation. All right, porch. Yeah, no presentation required. Okay, sir, we're taking it into committee. Certainly modest FSI. I don't know what you want to think about this, the setbacks, if anybody wants to comment or to bring a motion.
No, you go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an extremely straightforward application, very modest. And I thank the agent for the rendition because it makes it that much easier to visualize. I'd like to move a motion to approve. I believe there's a condition, forestry number 1.
Yes, there's an urban forestry condition number 1. Fine. Is there a second?
I'll
that?
second it.
Sorry. Thanks, Mike. Anyone else? All right, all in favor? All right, Dan, if I got your first name correct, the committee has approved the variances as requested. Thank you. All right, we'll go on to number 11, 35 Olive Avenue. Get that. There it is. Number 11. Yes, item 11 on our agenda, 35 Olive Avenue. Here's the purpose: to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition and a rear ground level deck. Also to reconstruct the covered front porch. The existing rear yard parking pad will be maintained and unaltered. All right, just with respect to material that's come into committee. Must be the dampness that's carrying over from yesterday because the pages aren't coming apart too easily. All right, on 35 Olive, so committee has a copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, a tree protection plan prepared by a horticultural company, commenting agency from transportation engineering, and just see if there's anything further on that. No, and no supplemental on that. Okay.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Fine with the agent. Speak up kindly then. Just give us your name and address. Let's just take a look at the variances. 4 variances.
Hello, it's Mark Whitney at 35 Olive Avenue is our address. I'm also the owner as well. One note is actually I'm on a plane currently for an emergency trip out west, so currently just taxiing.
I'm sorry, didn't pick all of that up.
Through the chair to the agent, can you please repeat your name and address?
Yes, it's Mark Whitney at 35 Olive Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, do you require a presentation for this application?
Let's just take a quick look. Members?
I'm fine, Chair. I
Fine,
don't
all
know
right.
about everybody
Okay.
else.
All right, so beyond there. Okay, thanks, sir. We're just going to take it into committee for discussion and a decision. Okay, it's.
Anything he wants to add before we do that?
Anything, sorry?
Is there anything he'd like to say before we do that?
Sir, do you want to make just a very concise statement? Anything you wanted to draw our attention to?
The thing I'd focus on is the properties to the east and the west of us all have third-story additions. We are just matching both the square footage and the height. The height variance, actually, the current property is actually going to be lower than what the current property already is at the peak of the house. So we're actually not going higher than what's already existing there.
And does the deck need some screening in terms of sight lines?
Our neighbor has signed off. I don't think we have added this on as part of the committee of adjustment, but we do have a letter from our neighbor supporting this application, which I think we have not uploaded to this portal, but it was part of the permitting process.
Members, will they have the owner here? Any question to him? No, all right. Okay. So I think applicant may be in transit there.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm on a plane currently for an emergency trip out west.
Wow, okay. All right. Well, safe flight, and members, do you want to make a motion, move on this then? Motion? Yes, is it here? Good.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward application as well. There's nothing in the variances requested that I see as being problematic. So I'd like to move a motion to approve this Forestry 1 condition. Other than that, nothing else.
Yes.
Screening?
Whatever forestry condition, yes. Is there a seconder then for that motion? All right, Doug, thank you. All right, all in favor? Sir, committee has approved your variances. Have a safe flight. Okay. That moves us to number 1262 Alcorn Avenue, and I'll just bring that up here. Yeah. 62 Alcorn. I think that's the first time I've ever heard an applicant call in from a flight, but it's interesting. Okay, 62 Alcorn Avenue. Purpose, alter the existing three-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear second-floor deck with stairs. The existing rear second-floor deck with stairs will be demolished. So, all right, it's fairly concise. 3 stories and constructing a rear second-story deck with stairs, and there are 3 variances. I guess we should find out who's there. Do we have an agent? And yep. Oh, the material.
Good afternoon, committee. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Max Murchison, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the homeowners.
All right, thanks. I'll just ask you to hold on one second, because I'm just going to take a look
No
at
problem.
the materials that we have. So, committee has received a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and there are 3 photographs of the subject site. There's correspondence in support from the Goodermans at 64 Alcorn Avenue. And so, sorry, just to repeat your name and address, please.
My name is Max Murchison, and I'm here on behalf of the homeowners for this application. Our address is 364 Supertest Road in Toronto.
Right.
And through the chair, I'll note for the record, there are no registered speakers for this item.
Yes. All right, Max, I'll just ask you to hold for a moment. The members, then, the rear second floor deck, I think there's a, no, I don't see an urban forestry condition. Does anyone feel we need a short presentation from the applicant?
Go straight to questions, Chair.
All right.
I do have a question. It's the obvious one is the rear yard landscaping, which is 0%. That's existing condition?
So it is existing condition. I also want to mention not only that it's existing condition, it's due to a driveway. The driveway is from the lane at the back. And there is a catch basin at the end of the driveway. So if the concern is water and rainwater, it's all going to be collected into the catch basin. You can actually see it on drawing number A2. You will see the catch basin right there.
Okay. And the rear yard then, does it have pavers on it? Because we're saying.
So there's a little bit of pavers just to pretty much get to the stair. That's about it to go up. And that's existing conditions, yes.
It's a reverse slope driveway, huh?
Mhm.
Don't allow those anymore.
No, they're not, they're, for sure, they're not favored, yes.
With yesterday's deluge, I think they
Yeah,
must have had
maybe a
water
basement
in
full of
the
water.
garage.
Any further questions? I'll just ask the applicant. So yes, it's zero maintained soft landscaping. Is there anything you can do with that? And you know, the members were just speaking about what we all experienced yesterday. We do want to see what we can do to make water percolate down, but you say is a catch basin at the end of the driveway?
Yes, there is no water issue on this particular site, and I'm not even sure, but I think every house has the same catch basin actually at the back for those reasons.
I see they're townhouse dwellings, yeah. Okay. Members, any further questions at all? No, or not? Yes, and no, sure.
No comment. If my colleague don't have any question, I can go. Okay, then through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application. No, with no condition.
Yeah, is there a seconder for that motion? All right, Mr. Clay, that's great. All in favor? All right, looks like. Max, the variances have been approved for 62.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. Have a good day.
Through the chair, for the next item, item 13, 376 Manning Avenue, we don't appear to have the agent online, and after multiple attempts, we haven't been able to reach them as of yet. So we just want to check if perhaps there is another person listed online that's on the line to speak to this. Debbie?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there appears to be only one agent for this file.
Just the agent. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, so what do you think we should advise, or should we simply move on and then call that matter again before the noon break to see if the applicant agent is on for 376 Manning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I think that would be best at this time.
All right, then. So panel will move to 128 TYRREL Avenue. Just get to that one myself. 14, yes, okay. See if we can get this straight, guys? Yes, thank everyone, members of our panel. Then the purpose at 128 TYRREL Avenue is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition above the existing rear ground floor addition. And in connection with that, in terms of material that has come in to committee, just a moment. Yes, for this TYRREL Avenue property, we have a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 3 photographs of trees. We have a cover letter from Page Reach agent, and we have a letter in support. We also have correspondence in opposition from 2 persons at 126 TYRREL Avenue, so I take it a neighbor. And I'll just see if there's any, no, okay. No supplementary on this. So could we bring the agent or applicant to the floor, please?
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
All right, sir or madam, can you identify yourself, please? And we note there are 4 variances being requested here.
Yep. Hi, committee members. My name is Paige, and I'm the designer and applicant.
Sir, your page, right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, not sure if members need a presentation or if you can just go into questions. Motion.
Yeah, and just, is that Paige, sorry, you're the agent here, sorry, are you also an owner at 129?
No, I'm the designer.
128, oh, sorry, okay.
And it's 128.
Yeah, it's 128, thank you. Members, just in connection with our Deputy Secretary Treasurer, you want to comment on her? She's saying...
Yeah, I don't need a presentation, Chair. I have a question, though.
Good.
Looks like the next door neighbor has asked for whether you'd be open to frosting the windows. Is that something you guys would be open to?
So I spoke with the neighbors personally about this issue, and the homeowners also are aware of it and spoke with them, and they don't wish to make that window frosty glass. One main reason is that it is their south-facing wall, and that gets the most light. Having frosted glass does let in some light, but not as much, so they would like to keep it as is. Also, it's more costly that way. So they would like to keep the window as it's been designed.
Anyone else for
Just a
question,
quick
please?
one.
For the agent. Yep.
The window in question that's being objected to by a neighbor, that's the window to the bathroom, if I'm not mistaken?
No, it's the window in the bedroom.
In
So
the bedroom. Okay.
the OBC does require a window in every bedroom.
Yeah.
And part of the reason for this application to begin with is to have 3 bedrooms, because currently there's only 2 in the house. They just welcomed a newborn. They also work from home, so they really need 3 bedrooms. So there has to be a window in that. You're looking at the existing second floor there, but there has to be a window in that bedroom. Yeah. So regardless, that window has to be there and in that wall, period. However, they are also open to basically rotating the window 90 degrees so that it's not maybe directly in front of the neighbor's window. It's bedroom 3. I want to look at that. Yeah, so it's in the existing footprint of the house. We're adding the window for that bedroom.
Oh, there, okay.
Oh, I see where it is.
I was thinking it was out the back. I'm not seeing it here.
I see. My comment on that would be just that the neighbors already got a window. Presumably they have a window covering of some sort. When I expect that in bedroom 3 there will be window coverings of some sort as well.
Correct.
So I don't have an issue with it as such.
Just to the agent, I just want a question about the roof eaves, and that's variance 1. It's difficult to have these situations where it's located right on the lot line, and again, relating to runoff and water. Can that be pulled in at all? The roof eaves are going to project 0.9 meters and be located on the lot line. Can that be pulled in a bit?
It's possible. So that's the north face, which is at the bottom of this drawing if we're looking at it. So this would just be for the addition part, not the existing house. The existing house, I actually think they might be, they're already on the property line if they're not slightly over, just because it's so narrow on that side. But that's existing. That's from when the house was built way back. But the addition at the back, we do have like a foot in 1 inch. So we can change that. We can reduce that if need be. We were going to just continue from the back of the house, the roof, to the back, so it would match the eaves that are currently there. But we can reduce that if it's an issue.
All right, so you're willing to vary it, and you want to just outline then what the amended variance will be?
So right now we have a 1'1", which is 0 lot line. And I'm not sure exactly what the committee's looking for, so it's hard for me to amend. If you could elaborate, that would be great.
Well, these are projecting 0.9 meters. Could you bring that down to say 0.7? Just trying to pull the eve from the property line. It is an issue for a lot of people.
Okay, let me see what that ends up being here. You can just give me a moment.
Thank you. And while that's happening, if I could ask for some technical assistance, my large screen is not displaying what's happening here. I'm fine with my documents here, but I wanted to. I'm not getting what you're showing on the screen now. Okay. I've got to. What do we have to carry forward here? Yes, okay, what's on the screen, because they're also putting up drawings, which I wasn't going to, yeah, thanks.
So just to reiterate here, so part of the frame is going to be, a part of the addition is also extending the ceiling height of this hallway that is going into the master bedroom, which is part of the original footprint. So this variance for 0, like on the lot line, is for the original footprint area. So we don't even have 0.2 meters, which is what the requested amendment is that you're proposing. That would mean that the eave would be past, like on the interior side of the exterior wall. And I think this is properly shown on the site plan. If you want to flip to that, I can try to point that out. Where it says 0, 0 roof eave on the north side, which is bottom of the site plan. If you go more, yeah, right there in the existing footprint area.
Ma'am, I think I understand what you'd be saying is that most of the eaves that are not going to be changing, that's the existing condition right now. And I mean, my view is that the proposed change to pull the eaves back isn't necessary because it's an existing condition. Everybody has been dealing with it adequately for years. It's not really one of the key concerns of the neighbor. So with
Fair
that,
enough.
in that respect, I'd be happy to move a motion to approve the requested variances. I think we've talked about the privacy issue of the neighbor, and I think they have a window. It's not unfair that the other folks should have a window. I think they can both protect their privacy as needed with appropriate shutters and things like this, or whatever they choose. But just looking at the actual variances, we're talking about a very modest increase in floor space index, and I think it's really difficult to predict any kind of adverse consequence for this project on the neighboring property. So I would move this motion to approve, and I don't believe there's any conditions.
You're right.
No urban forestry, no. All right.
Yeah, so that would be my motion.
Seconder for that motion? Yes.
I'll second that.
Here, all right. All in favor then? All right, hey, thank you. The variances have been approved as requested. Okay, number 15. All right, it's coming up about 85 McDonald. Yep. Yes, thank you, everyone. Moving on to item 15, 85 McDowell Avenue. Here's the purpose: to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition and a rear ground floor deck, which will be partially covered. Also to construct a new carport in the rear yard, which will be accessed from the rear mutual easement right-of-way. The existing rear one-story addition and carport will be demolished. In connection with this property, committee has the following: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report, and in support, we have correspondence in support from an owner at 98 McDonald Avenue.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
All right, I see that there are 3 variances. Let me just go have a look at those. 36, yeah. Hi, all right, is the agent or applicant there then for 85 McDonald Avenue? Could you identify yourself and give us your address, please?
Hello, my name is Gloria Apostolou. I'm the architect and agent for 85 MACDONELL.
Thank you. Members, do you think you require a presentation at all here, or are there questions for the agent?
Chair, if I may just ask.
Yes.
To the agent, is the deck at the rear, is that going to be a new deck, or is that an existing deck that's going to remain?
The deck at the rear is a new deck. What currently exists is a canopy from all across the rear, from property line to property line on the short direction, and a terraced area. So instead of the terraced area, we're building a deck to meet the floor level of the new addition.
Yeah, I suppose the question is related, I suppose, to the variance that you're asking for soft landscaping, which would be deficient. I think it's 42% you're asking for?
That is correct.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if there's something that can be done to mitigate that. Is it possible to reduce the size of the deck, perhaps, marginally, to increase the soft landscaping? Or the other question, I suppose, is the materials that lie below the deck itself, and presumably a wooden deck. Is that gravel, or it's not solid?
Yes, absolutely. So I would like to say that the existing landscape area is 22%, so we are improving it significantly to 42%. We are happy to have permeable pavers. The underneath the deck is going to be open, so that would be gravel, and also open for drainage on the property. There's a small walkway that goes from the new carport to the house. That could also be a permeable paver. Every other part of the rear yard is left as soft landscaping other than what we needed to do for access.
Sounds
I
good.
feel,
Thank
yeah,
you.
is that great? Okay.
I think so. Thank you.
Chair, just a quick question.
Yes.
So you guys are semi, you're going back. Have you had discussions with the adjacent semi?
Absolutely. So if you were to zoom in to the site plan, you can see that there is a one-story addition exactly in the same location, the same depth and side yard setback. The only thing we're doing is infilling the corner of the that square. It currently doesn't exist. It's an L-shaped addition, but it's the existing condition at the property line where we meet our neighbor. They have a canopy also. They have some structure there. And we're just, in order to infill that corner to make this a usable kitchen, it just needs to come down and get built properly. It's built uninsulated. Part of it is at grade. So it's just an opportunity to build it properly. But the only new area we're adding is that corner on the southeast of that shaded square.
Great, that's actually very helpful in our understanding. Thank you.
Okay, super.
Yes.
Yes,
Ms.
through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question from
Yeah.
the designer. So, have you also discussed with your neighbor about the privacy screen on the side of the deck?
There will be a privacy screen. Both neighbors are happy to have that privacy screen. Is that what you, is that what?
Yes, that's my question. On
Yeah.
both sides?
There's a limit to the height that we could have on two sides of the deck. We're happy to have it to 5 feet. Sometimes zoning doesn't allow for screening higher than that because it looks like it's partially enclosed. So we're happy to have privacy screens on both sides to 5 feet. If that's a magic number, it could, we're happy to go higher, but I didn't want to have, I don't want that to come back as a zoning issue later on.
1.5 meter is the standard that we always.
That's 5, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Any questions? No? All right. We'll take it into committee then, and,
Chair, I'm happy to move this one.
All right.
This is, you know, as the agent pointed out, this is really just squaring off the rear, and it's a very modest addition. I think it is going to have no negative impact. I think it's an appropriate use. I think what we'll do is move approval of this application subject to forestry number 2. Nazilla, did you want privacy screen?
Yes,
On
privacy
both
screen.
sides of the deck?
Yes, as
Okay.
per
Privacy
applicant.
screening on both sides of the rear deck.
And
Permeable pavers in the rear.
Oh, they offered permeable?
Yeah, the
Okay.
agent.
for the walkway.
Excellent.
On the walkway.
And permeable pavers for the walkway, did you say?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'll second it.
thank you, Ms. Ellis. All right. All in favor then, as amended, right? All right, you have approval, subject to that, doesn't matter of the pavers and also the privacy screening to 1.5 meters.
You got forestry number 2, right?
And let's see, we've got forestry number 2. Yes, we do. And agent, just so you're there then, you're aware of the condition by urban forestry in terms of making an application, I think it's for a private tree.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, we can move on that one. All right, I think we'll do, we'll pre 16, 17, then we'll go back to 13, on which the agent wasn't there. We'll check, but not quite now. We'll move on to number 16, 41 Harshaw, Harshaw Avenue. Let's get to that. All right. 41 Harshaw Avenue, then, the purpose is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition with a new ground floor level deck. The existing rear detached garage will be maintained and unaltered. So we have a two-story dwelling. They want a two-story addition and ground level in the rear. Okay. Let me just see the materials that have come into committee. They're brief. We simply have the following. Survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And we have 3 photographs of trees on the property. I'm just going to check our supplementary. No, we're fine there. Okay.
Through the chair, we have the agent on the line and no registered speakers for this item.
All right, and I'll just take a look. I see two variances requested. Just going to take a quick look at FSI is increasing. All right, and roof eaves and my old. Right there goes my old issue. We got a zero on the roof eaves. Yes. Okay. Could the agent applicant please come online and give us your name and address, please?
Yes, greetings, Chair and committee members. My name is Lou Parente from Napa Design, located at 47 Loweswater Avenue, Markham. I'm the agent representing the owners at 41 Harshaw Avenue. I'm just looking for consideration for the floor space index. We feel it's within acceptable parameters and aligns with committee's considerations. We also believe this item number 1 minor variance is reasonable and appropriate for the development. I wanted to speak to committee about item 2, the east yard setback of the eaves, because I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. I think with the zoning bylaw, it states a 1.2 meter projection into the property line, when in fact that's not the case. The existing and current east side side yard setback, as you can see in our site plan, is 0.21 meters in from the property line. The existing proposed eaves overhang measure 16 inches as detailed on site plan A1, and is also shown on elevation A12, which shows the same overhang. So the new eaves that we propose will align with the existing eaves, resulting in a minimal visual impact to the adjacent property. It appears that the discrepancy in item 2, I'm not sure where the zoning examiner got the 1.2 meters. We, despite several email attempts well in advance of our meeting to clarify this issue, we have not received a response. So we decided to proceed with item 2 and have the discussion here at committee. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them the best I can.
So the eaves are going to be located at 0 meters from the side lot line, is that correct?
Well, no, I think, I mean, I'm a little confused. It's the property setback is 0.21 meters. So from that 0.21 meters, the eaves would project 0.41 meters onto the side yard, which I'm assuming would leave a 0.2 meter overhang into the neighbor's property line.
Yeah, other members, can you
Sorry,
assist me on this?
so just to be clear, what you just said implies that your eaves are going to go over the property line and into your neighbor's lot?
Yeah, by 0.2 of a meter.
2 of a meter, okay.
Yeah, if you look at our site plan and if you look at A12, there's really no change to our new addition eaves in relation to the existing.
So it's an existing condition.
Well, yeah, it's an existing condition on the existing house, and we're just continuing the same line of house and eaves back to the new addition. It's just that the notice for me, item 2, is a little confusing, as the examiner says that we project 1.2 meters, which is 4 feet into the property line, which there's no way. I mean, there's no way we project that much into the property line. So I wanted to clarify that with committee. We also have consent letters from all the neighbors, 39, 40, and 43 Harshaw, and they're also prepared to submit an additional permit required for their sign off on their portion of the eaves, so that it satisfies the additional comment mentioned in the item 2 of the zoning notice.
Thanks. Sabrina, can I just ask for clarification? So it sounds like the eaves are projecting over into the neighbor's property. I mean, I get the 0% setback, but is that allowed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the committee is not able to approve any encroachments onto a private property from one property to another.
Right.
So it needs to be at the 0 lot line, and that's how the variance reads as per the zoning examiner's review.
So our authority only allows us to let them go to the property line. If they go over the property line, we have no authority, but sounds like they have an agreement with the next door neighbor for that.
That's correct.
Okay, good.
Okay, Thank you.
Yeah, and Sabrina, just for my understanding, the zoning item 2, it indicates the proposed eaves will project 1.2 meters from the property line. Am I understanding that incorrectly, or I'm a little confused? What does that mean?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as the zoning review reads and what's presented on the screen is that the proposed eaves will project 1.2 meters and then will be located 0 meters from the side east lot line.
Yeah, but that's not.
But this is, but that's something that you have to bring up with the zoning examiner.
And like I mentioned, I tried on several occasions and emails and have yet to receive a response.
So then your options here are to proceed today as per the zoning review, or you have to request a deferral and work matters out.
Can we not get a condition today on not to exceed 0.2 meters into the neighbor's property?
Again, the committee cannot make decisions on encroachments into other properties.
Right.
They can only review and consider and make decisions on the subject site.
Right.
Just to the agent there, suppose we drop reference about how far we project and just say the roof eaves will be located 0 meters from the side lot line? Is that?
We can't do that.
Can't be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't suggest that because then we're missing part of the variance that's been identified by a zoning examiner, and it means that a new application to Committee of Adjustment would be required at the cost of the landowner.
And we want to try and avoid that because it's really not fair. I mean, the examiner, like I said, we tried to get some answers, and like I mentioned, we tried in advance of the meeting with no response as yet. And again, the existing eaves of the house do encroach into the neighbor's property, and it's been like that for years. And we're just continuing the same line of eaves to the rear addition. And that's all we're asking. That's all we're asking for is just to have it continued. And like I said, the neighbor 39 is in support of this, and will also prepare his own additional permit to sign off on his portion of the eaves as requested in the bottom portion of the item 2 of the notice.
So Chair, I'm not sure it's that concerning a matter. I mean, if they are going to, we can't authorize an encroachment onto the neighbor's property. If they encroach and that becomes a legal issue, that's out of our hands. We can just authorize the eve going to the property lot line.
Okay, well, can we at least get that approval?
Well, I think that's what you're asking for, right? So, I mean, beyond that, if you are encroaching onto your neighbors, and if they were unhappy with that, then they could take legal action. But if what you're saying is that you are entering into an agreement for that, then that's between you and your next door neighbor. That's not a concern of this committee.
Okay, so would that satisfy zoning in your opinion?
The zoning examiners are identified a variance that is needed. The committee is considering whether we're going to approve that variance or not. Beyond that, that's up to you and your neighbor.
Right. Okay, so how do we proceed here?
The committee will consider your application.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're in committee. Question, comment? You want to put something forward?
Just for clarification, Larry and Gary and Nazila, who are the architects here. When the variance number 2, the request is that the roof eaves will project. I'm trying to picture the comments that I heard. The projection in my head suggests that if wherever the roof line was in the existing eaves,
Yeah, that's
it
right.
projects outward 1.2 meters.
That's how I see it.
Not into the,
Neighbor.
not into the,
That's what I thought too, and I actually looked at the, I
just
looked at
kinda
the
comes full-
elevation. And
yeah.
that's what I was trying to, is that the 1.2 meter there, right? You're asking the same question
from
I
the
had.
existing
Yeah.
to the new. And it's not projecting over the neighbor's
Yeah,
property.
That corner.
That's how I'm picturing it, and I think,
But then again, this shows the property. If you look at the elevation, south elevation, pull up the south elevation, and you can see that they've actually shown the property line and a vertical line.
that's right, yes, yes.
So you can see that eaves actually go over the property
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's 1.2 or whatever, whichever amount, but they're over the property line. What we're being asked to do is approve the eave to go to the property line. Anything over that is up to the
Yeah.
owner and the neighbor to figure out.
Yeah.
And if the neighbor was opposing that, the neighbor could take legal action.
Yes, you could take a civil action, yes, you
Yeah.
could, yeah. Okay,
And in this case, the neighbor hasn't opposed, and it sounds like there's an agreement, or a pending agreement, to allow that because that's the way the existing house already projects. The existing house has an eave that already goes over the property line. I think that's the understanding. So we're being asked to approve the eave going to the property line, a 0% setback.
I thought what I had said, and I said if we eliminated about the projection, not saying much, but just saying, you know, your eave can be to the zero, can be.
It's unusual,
0 meters, yeah.
and
Yeah.
it wouldn't work in every situation, but if
No.
it's an existing condition of the existing
Right,
house,
right.
and the existing neighbor is okay with it, then they enter into some sort of agreement.
Although we don't have any letter or anything, right, from 39. As, the agent was saying that the budding owner is on side there, but I don't think we have anything in the
Yeah.
material that
So,
refers to that.
Yeah, just to you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Just
please.
a quick question. Do we still have the option to defer this application? So we just, because we don't have any copy of the agreement of the neighbors adjacent on the file, or it depends on the agent if you want to defer or not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, again, the committee is approving a 0-meter lot line
Okay, thank you.
as per Member Clay's description. Whatever happens between private neighbors is a private matter. The city cannot get involved.
Thank you.
So Chair, I'm,
Great.
based on this explanation, I'm
Great.
reasonably comfortable with this application. I
All
think
right.
the agent and the adjoining neighbor have figured out an approach to go forward. And if that's to their satisfaction, I'm comfortable with the variances before us. And if my colleagues agree, I'm happy to move a motion to that effect.
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, he's just gonna put that, all right. So there's a motion then and second then to approve the two variances as set out, correct?
Yep.
Yes, all right. All right, all in favor? Let's see what this is. All right. Okay, sir, the committee has approved those two variances. You have that. Thank you. Yeah, this question of eaves is often kind of a thorny one for us. Okay, so we can move to number 17, 7 Doris Drive, and I'll just move that, and I realize we still have 13 to get back to, see what's happening there. So Doris Avenue. All right, just gotta call this one up. And I'm just going to take just a few seconds, just want to take a look at my own note for this, this particular application, if I can find it. Yeah, no, never mind, so. All right, 7 Doris Drive, here's the purpose: to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with an above-grade basement, with a front covered porch and a planter, a front integral garage, a front 2nd-story balcony, front 1st and 2nd-story bay windows, a rear 1st-story terrace with a rear basement walkout, and a rear yard patio. That's a lot to grasp, but that's the purpose, and I'm just taking a look at what material we have on this. The committee has a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from the planner in the ravine and natural feature section. We have email from TRCA. We have an arborist report. And commenting agency, we have a staff report from the ravine and natural feature protection. All right. We have 10 minor variances requested.
Through the chair, there's also supplemental material with a red-lined zoning notice submitted.
Thank you. You're right. I'll just get to that and some other information. So we have a red line zoning notice, which we'll have to take a look at, and also additionally supplemental covering letter from Tien Boy as agent, present materials from that person, staff report, community planning staff report, and a 7-signature petition in support signed by owners or occupants of 6, 10, 15, 19, 21, 37, and 39 Doris Drive. And we're dealing with 7 Doris here. All right.
Through the chair, we have the agent on the line as well as 2 registered speakers in opposition.
Okay. All right, thanks. Would the agent for the applicant come online here?
Hello, Chair and the committee. My name is Tien Bui, and address is 8 Duncairn Road.
Okay, Tien, very good. All right. Tien, I think I'm going to require a short presentation from you about the application because there are 10 variances, and just in terms of the purpose of the application, there's a lot going on to put our heads around. So
yeah, of course. If you just go down on the presentation, one more down. So we went to the planning and they reviewed the variances, and these are the variants here on the bullet points that they brought up of concern. None of the other variances they had any objections to. I crossed out the limit on coverage of 40% because that was sent in error as our variance is only 39%. As we discussed with the planning, we negotiated down to redline the notices. So we dropped some of the conditions down. So as an example, the variance has the FSI as 1.54. With planning, we agreed to drop that down to 1.10. The length of the home, as currently sits, is 21.39, and they agreed to a length of 20 meters. The side yard setback, which we have as 0.93 and 0.62. Those are equal to what our neighbors are, which is our north one at 0.91. 0.993. So they basically just match what the neighbor currently has as of today, and also as of what's existing on the current home. And then for the height, we redlined it, so we dropped it down ever so slightly at 9.86 meters. So this home, if you go on the presentation, the home was designed with another president on the street in mind, which is 47 Doris Drive. If you scroll down, so you can see just how close they are together. So this is where we had a disagreement with the planning team, whereas they didn't want to use 47 Doris as a precedent because they limit the area to 120-meter radius, which I've never heard before. So, and as you see from the pictures, the two homes are really close together, especially on these smaller lots. So that's why the home at 47 Doris Drive is 9.97 meters, whereas we were requesting originally 9.97, which is on par with what they have, but we have decided to drop it to 9.86.
So I just jump in for a moment. So we saw that red line notice from the examiner. So a number of your variances then are, as presented here, they're going to change and
Yeah,
we'll have to
so
go
with
through
the
those.
so with the FSI, the reason why it's the numbers is balloon in this house is because the basement is considered the first floor in as determined by the examiner. So previously, before November 2022, the foyer was considered which is used as the midpoint to determine which is the first and the basement, whereas after the definition has been changed, due to the design where the first floor is all where the second floor in this case is all on the same level, the basement is considered the first floor, so therefore all of the space in the basement is part of the FSI. Planning didn't like that number because obviously they don't want to set a bad precedence on that. So we had agreed to 1.10, and by achieving that, we were to lower the basement so that the midpoint is below the established grade, which makes a much deeper basement, but that makes the basement a basement rather than a first floor.
Chair, I don't mean to interrupt, but can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I'm a little bit confused about what variances we're dealing with. So could we ask the agent, could we go through, pull up the public notice? And
good.
could we just go through each variance and you could let us know what the changes are? So can we just go start with number one?
Your FSI?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's it changing to?
So number one, as I just explained, with the agreement with planning, is to change it to 1.10.
Okay, number two?
Number two, planning did not have an objection to it. It matches the neighbors' setbacks as well.
Okay.
Three?
Number three is we have a height of 9.99, which we redlined to 9.86. As it matches now it is lower than the height of the president at 47 Doris Drive.
So it goes to 9.86?
9.86.
Yeah, okay. Four?
Number four is we kept it as is because it just matches the height. If you look at the design of the roof, it just has a small projection down, and it makes the roof and the height of the home to scale the roof. Number five, there was no objections from planning.
So it's going to stay as is, okay.
Number six, there was no objections from planning.
Sorry, get my fucking, where is that? Number seven, dealing with the building depth?
There was no objection from planning.
As is, okay.
Number eight had no objection from planning. Number nine, it's originally was set at 21.39 meters. Planning has agreed to 20 meters.
20 meters, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the last one is the TRCA top-up bank, which we already had approval from the TRCA.
So stay on the bank, 10 meters. So you've got approval for TRCA that you just be locating 2.08 meters from the shoreline hazard or stable top of bank.
Correct. So that is the existing setback that it has currently today.
I see, okay, okay, good. All right, that's
Through you, Mr. Chair, it appears that variances 1, 3, and 9 have been amended. However, for variance number 1, the floor space index has been amended to 1.1 times the area of the lot.
Yes.
Can the applicant please confirm what that equates to in square meters? So originally you were at 1.54 times the area of the lot, which is 437.5 square meters.
It would be 313.
Thank you.
313 square meters, is that right? Okay, I guess it is. Square meters, okay. I know there's I think a supplementary planning report on this, which I'm not going to try to call up in my supplementary stuff for the moment, but when you say that the planning agrees, what's the evidence for that? What have we got?
If you go to the presentation, I gave the email on the last page.
Okay, let's have a look here. See this. Yeah.
But just to be clear, that email indicates that planning are still unable to support.
So part of the issue what we had with planning is that if you go onto the second page, they emailed me 2.5 days before their due date, and the first 2 days were a lot slower until we got to the third day, and at that point by noon and 4 o'clock they said we ran out of time, and if we can't agree to all of them, then they would have to write a refusal letter. But prior to us not be able to come to full terms with everything at that time, they wrote a refusal letter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow. It says if you're open to making revisions, and we hear revisions are made, it says we can submit a conditional approval report once we have revised plans, or you can proceed to the hearing without planning's support.
Correct. So I'm not sure why they wrote a full refusal letter, considering that they had agreed to pretty much everything that was on the variance and the adjusted red line version of it. So I'm not sure why they wrote that they would just refuse it outright. But as you can see from the email, that we had support for, and the initial email where they only had concern for a few items, and then we had agreed to the terms of those items. But unfortunately, we ran out of time. So where we got locked on was the height. So I had presented 47 Doris Drive, which this house was modeled on the same side of the street. And if you look at the presentation, you can see the distance from it, and also a street view of where the current house is and where 47 Doris Drive. They're both on the same street, both viewable each other. I didn't understand why they would not allow that house to be used as precedent, considering that you can see both houses in the same view.
Sure. We have some speakers in opposition. Maybe
Yes,
we'll hear from them.
that's true. That's a good idea. Thank you. All right, sorry, I'll ask you to stand by. We'll go to speakers. We have 2 speakers on this matter.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Before
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, before we go to speakers, can I ask 2 more questions from the applicant? So maybe the applicant have time to.
Sure.
Yes, of course.
Sure.
Okay, so one of the question is that you already modified the length from 2139 meter to 20 meter as per
Correct.
discussion you have. This modification, does it also change the depth of the building?
In theory, yes, it does.
So would you please?
It would be
later-
shorter.
Later, you have time, you can just calculate and see how much it will be the depth?
You would basically subtract it by the difference of 1.39 meters.
Then it will be 21.12 meter. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's up to the applicant to provide all the necessary information as per the amendments. And if the applicant needs to defer their application in order to rectify what the accurate variances are that the committee is supposed to be reviewing, then that's also an option to the applicant. And then that would allow the applicant further time to speak with community planning. Because I believe that the variance for lot coverage may also need to be amended as well. So the applicant needs to provide us with the correct information as to which variances need to be amended. It's not for the members to be doing on their own.
And the lot coverage, thank you, Sabrina. Lot coverage was my second question.
Yes, the lot coverage will be slightly lower. So we went into this, like I said, we didn't have much time to, because the planning contact is very late, and as the time came up, they basically said that we should take this matter to the committee because as they cannot speak on it any further. We continued on with speaking to committee here because although the numbers are, they said to make sure that the numbers are at least lower than what we have on the notice, so therefore it is not making it any worse than what is on the notice already, based on what is negotiated with the planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we all understand that, but we need to know exactly which variances are being amended. And if the applicant requires more time, then perhaps maybe they need to seek a deferral in order to get their application correct.
Yeah,
And
so
that's a
this-
question to the agent.
Yeah. I think that might be wise, sir. I'm trying to look up quickly, but can't, the supplementary report from community planning. I don't know if anyone has got that. I'd just be interested in planning's.
Through you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair,
what was their
through you,
recommendation?
Mr. Chair, their email that was presented clearly states that they continue to have issues with the variances that are being sought. And particularly, they talk about the FSI, they talk about the height, they talk about the length, and they talk about the main wall height as well.
Well, sir, I think it'd be, that you'd be, best advised to get back to talk to community planning, which would mean we would defer your item so that some of these individual variances that you mentioned are changing so that they can all be solidified. So my suggestion to you, sir, is you ask a deferral, because I guess if we have to ask, if we were forced to go ahead today, I think it would be a refusal situation. What's your position?
If it's a refusal position, then I would have to go with a deferral. I just want a question to the committee here. I had no issues with most of the things that planning will come out with, and where we got stuck with is the radius of where the precedent is, where they refuse to go outside anything outside of 120 meters. And that's where, even if I were to go back to them, we would be stuck on a 120 meter radius as usage for the precedents. Whereas they speak of the scale of the neighborhood, but the neighborhood is more than 120 meters radius around me, around the 7 Doris Drive. So I just want to confirm that 47 Drive should be a valid precedent to have that discussion
Sounds
again,
like it
with
should be.
plans.
Through you. No, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It is not the position of the Committee of Adjustment to determine how community planning reviews the application. We just need to ensure that the variances that are before us are correct, and that would be the grounds for deferral, is that it would provide the applicant an opportunity to ensure that a revised zoning review is submitted based on the revisions, so that we can get accurate variances and that they can have further discussions with community planning, but that does not involve the Committee of Adjustment.
And Sabrina, I just think that's very helpful clarification. I'd just also add that when we talk about precedents, that is, I mean, we take every application on its own merits, and while you might want to point to other developments in the neighborhood, that does not constitute a precedent in the legal terminology. So it's kind of irrelevant to us where the boundary is. So if you want to point to a house where you think is similar approvals, you can do that, but that does not constitute a precedent in the sense that it establishes the approach that the committee has to take for that. We look at every application on its own merits.
Okay.
All right, sir. I think I'm going to ask for a motion to, I am going to ask for.
Through the chair, we
Through-
give
yes.
speakers.
We got, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if there is a deferral request on the floor, then we need to go to the registered speakers to ensure that they also agree with that deferral request, okay?
Yes, thank you, Sabrina. You're right. Thank you. That's fine. All right, so we'll move to a speaker on this item then, please.
Through the chair, we have the speaker at 9 Doris Drive on the line. Robert?
Unmuted.
Hello, Robert.
Hi, this is Nora Ohanjanians, the co-owner of 9 Doris Drive, and I'm here with my husband, Robert Ohanjanians. And we are okay with the deferral.
I see, yes. It seems that things still need to be sorted, so your position is that you would be, you'll be content with a deferral so that the matter can be looked at in more specificity.
Absolutely, because there were quite a few changes today.
Yes, agreed. All right, thank you. I'll ask you just to hold for that matter. Then we have one further speaker.
Through the chair, we have a registered speaker at 17 Doris Drive, Christine Temple, who appears to be off the line after multiple attempts were unable to get them back on the line, and they're not here.
All right, okay. So that leaves us with us. Well, members, in your hands, I think we ought to be heading for a deferral here, so why doesn't someone verbalize a motion for us?
Sure, I'd like to move a motion to defer this application. I was going to suggest it before we got into the whole conversation, because
Thank you.
think we've had a lot of very last minute changes. I think even in fairness to all the folks that did write comments about the original plan, given how close the change happened to the date of the hearing, I think, and also to get clarification and updated comments from city planning, I think it makes good sense for everybody, including the applicant, for there to be a bit more time to work towards potentially a better proposal or the same proposal, but at least then we can get the variances sorted out, what exactly is being asked for.
Yes, sounds good. Is there a second to that motion to defer? All right, Zahir, thank you. All in favor of? All right, the committee has voted to defer this item. Good luck with those matters and your discussions with community planning. All right, Madam Secretary, Treasurer, so I think we're back to number 13, and that'll be our morning session. So just going back to number 13, the address is 376 Manning Avenue. And Nicole, can you tell us what the situation is in terms of people?
Through the chair, we do have the agent on the line, and there are no registered speakers.
All right, let me just get back to that item then, yeah. All right.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hello.
Yes, sorry, just ask you just to stand by for a second, just calling my material back up, and want to get to your item at 13. Just a sec. All right. All right, trying to find 13 here, get it back.
No,
quickly.
I'm here. Don't allow me to speak. Stay.
All right.
Okay. Hello?
I'm just going to introduce it a little bit, sir, just before you speak. 376 Manning Avenue. Here's the purpose, so everyone can hear it: to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a 3rd-story addition with a rear rooftop deck above a portion of the rear 2nd level. And the existing garage is going to be maintained and unaltered. Appears that there are 2 variances requested, and I'm just going to check, I'm just going to see the material that has already come in to a committee, just before you go there. All right. Yes, also then on this Manning Avenue address, we have a copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 1 photograph of the subject property. We have a correspondence in concern or interest from America Keaveney at 378 Manning Avenue that was received July the 2nd. So that's what we have before us. So, sir, could you identify yourself as either the owner or the agent on this and give us your address?
Sure. My name is Daniel Wong. I'm the agent.
Thank you, Daniel.
I'm from 33 Ferrier Street. Before I go on, can I authorize my architect to speak on my behalf?
Sure, architect will speak on your behalf. Okay, I think we can do
Hello.
that. There are 2 variances, so we've got rear exterior main walls, and the height is going up there. And with respect to additions, the FSI wants to move to 0.88. 246. Okay.
Hi.
So Daniel, yes, sorry, the name of your architect who's going to address us?
Yeah, Mr. Ken Tai.
Hello.
Right. Yep.
Hi.
Morning.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Morning, good afternoon.
Committees.
Yes.
I apologize. I was actually here since 9:30, but I don't get chance to notify or try to raise hands to let anyone know that I'm here. Yeah. So if you need any presentations, I'm the one who can answer all the questions. So if you need anything, please let me know. Yeah.
Does anyone request a short presentation from him, or any questions? No, okay. Are there any questions then for him? Yes, very
Just
good.
one quick question, Chair.
Please.
With regard to the deck on the 3rd floor rear, it looks like you've got a privacy screen already in place. Would that be correct? I don't see any dimensions, but I'm just wondering if it's a 1.5 meter height. And I think it's on the north and south sides.
Yeah, that is actually a guard. We didn't put the privacy screens on the deck. The neighbors actually concerned about the shadow. So if we require, we are happy to put privacy screens on. Right now, we just put a guard there for that deck portion. So.
Yeah, my sense would be that perhaps privacy screening might be appropriate for longer term issues that may arise later on. So,
we're happy to put privacy screens up to 1.5 meters.
yeah, it's north and south sides, I believe.
We can do that. We can put in the conditions.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else on the issue? Seeing none, and sorry, Nicole, no other speaker on this? Right, okay.
So, Chair, if there are no other comments, I'll be happy to move a motion because it's a very straightforward application.
Go ahead, Zahir. Very good.
I'd like to move a motion to approve this application with the proviso that the 3rd floor deck, rear deck, be provided with privacy screening on the north and south sides, so a height of 1.5 meters. Sorry. It's the deck.
All right, I see no urban forestry condition for that. Is there a second? Yes.
Yes,
All right, from Nazilis. All right, all in favor then of that? Fine, the variances are through, sir, and yes, you heard the addition about the privacy screen and the size. Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I believe we've come to the end of the morning session. It's coming up to 2 o'clock.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll reconvene at 3 p.m.
All right, 3 p.m. to start the afternoon matters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Wasn't the easiest voice. Yeah.
We'll just unmute the room. Everyone can turn off their videos. And staff will post a note on WebEx so everyone knows that the next session will start at 3 p.m. Thank you, Will.